What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Wednesday, October 1st, 2025. And the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, more preview of Texas and Florida. We're just 3 days away from the Longhorns SEC opener in the Swamp. More sound from Steve Sarkisian and more things we'd like to see from the Longhorns this Saturday. We'll run down our SEC power rankings. We've got some Texas basketball news to get into as the Longhorns picked up a big commitment for the class of 2026. Of course, day one of the Major League Baseball postseason is in the books. Bucky's Yankees are on the brink after choking against the Red Sox yesterday. We've got some interesting college football odds to get into. And of course, as we count down the days to the Florida game, another Florida man story to dive into. We've got a lot of sports and a lot of fun to be had over the next couple of hours on a hump day edition of Bucky and BK. Hope everyone's having a great start to their morning. We appreciate y'all starting your mornings off with us. How are you today, my man?
I'm doing well, man. It's sunrise is coming up. The sun's coming up in the east. We'll set in the west. That's a tip for you kids in the car. It rises in the east, sets in the west, just in case you may be off a little bit with your geography. I'm right on it. I've been on it for 70 years, understanding that. I knew that when I was born, because I was born in the east. I was born on the East Coast in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. That's right. That's where I was born. Liberty Bell, the whole works, the 76ers, the Flyers, the Phillies, and the Eagles. Go!
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Are you so put off by your Yankees losing one game in the MLB playoffs that you are now claiming the city of Philadelphia and all of their sports teams?
I was born in Philly. I wasn't born in New York. I'm not a New Yorker. Are you kidding me?
Your team's not even eliminated. It took just one loss in a playoff series for you to abandon ship. Come on, man.
Dude, three singles. Now that freaking Judge is a singles hitter now. He can't hit any bombs. Everybody who's been on him, you've been on him about getting into the playoffs and just scrubbing up. Now he's hitting singles. Can't get the ball out of the park now.
Oh my
God.
God.
How can you get three on that guy pitching and not bring anything across the plate last night? I mean, really? Then I got to look at Bregman. Bregman's wearing a Sox uniform now, which makes it even worse. Got to see that little ball of hate in that uniform. That's awful.
Astros fans had to get a kick out of that. Of course, Astros fans still reeling that their team's not playing right now, but
that's
watching
enough
Alex Bregman
fans now. They're going to still claim that dude.
Watching Alex Bregman do it to the Yankees again, that huge insurance run in the top of the ninth inning to turn a 2-1 Red Sox lead into a 3-1 Red Sox lead. Maybe it didn't matter that much because the Yankees didn't score anything in the bottom of the ninth. But, you said it. Back-to-back singles from Paul Goldschmidt.
You knew it was coming to an end, and it looked like the Red Sox were going to get I'm like, come on. One of these guys, and then Jazz Jism, he gets up there and does nothing.
Yeah, Jizz Chazle, I think, is
Jizz Chazle. He was awful. They were all awful. The only player they got right now is that guy Volpe. The rest of them are bums.
Well, Volpe hit a home run yesterday, responsible for the only run the Yankees got across the plate. But, that was a wild game. I hate that it's only a best of three because there was a ton of action and a ton of drama in game one of the Yankees-Sox series. And now, look, if the Yankees lose today, their season is over. That's the struggle with this best of three wild card.
Who goes to the mound for them? Do they have any pitching left?
Well, to be Carlos Rodon.
Booney decided to empty the whole row last night.
Well, Carlos Rodon will get the mound for the Yankees.
Rodon, okay, I'm good.
And he's been really good this season. I think the Yankees have the starting pitching edge in this matchup tonight. But, Aaron Boone, again, getting criticized for something he did wrong in a playoff game. And the starter last night, Max Fried, one of us, by the way, member of the tribe, was pitching incredibly well.
In other words, he couldn't pitch. He can't pitch tomorrow anyway.
No. I mean, this was his game in the series, and 6 scoreless innings. They brought him back out there for the 7th. He got the first guy out in the 7th inning. He was at 102 pitches, but nobody on base. 1 out in the 7th.
Yeah, who the hell's counting? Come on, Boone.
He was rolling. I would have left him out there, and instead, Booney goes to the bullpen, and the Yankees bullpen, which has been way more down than up all season long, they collapse. They give up 2 runs. Red Sox take the lead, and they go on to take game 1.
Yeah, and the Sox leave that big monster in there, and he's just firing away on them.
Yeah, to make matters worse, right? Alex Cora in the other dugout does the opposite of Aaron Boone. He leaves his ace on the mound, and Garrett Crochet rewards him with, I think he retired the last, 14 of the last 15 Yankees that he faced. I mean, he was sensational on the mound. And Alex Cora let him out there. How about an 11 strikeout performance in 7 2/3 innings for Garrett Crochet, shutting down the high-powered Yankees offense. And yeah, I mean, Alex Cora won the managerial matchup, and obviously the Red Sox won the on-field matchup. Big win for them in game 1 at the stadium.
Yeah, that was something. Thank you very much. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for what you do. We do appreciate what you do for us. Come rain or come shine, you are there for us. We do appreciate that. To you and your families, do be safe out there.
So you're done. You're off the Yankee bandwagon.
Oh, they got another one. What time do they play again today? Same time?
I believe so.
Wow.
Yeah, 5 o'clock. You got 4 more games today. Of course, 4 elimination games. And here's the problem with your Yankees, and the problem with every team who lost game 1 yesterday. Since the MLB enacted this best-of-3 wild card format, the team that has won game 1 is 18-2 all time in these series. So history is not on the Yankees' side today.
Yankees have a lot of history, so they're used to becoming history. So,
right. Well, the Yankees were the team that came back from 3-0 down to win us. Oh no, wait, that was the Sox who did that against the Yankees.
Yeah, they did that against the Yankees. Yes.
Oh no, sorry, I had that one wrong. Look, it's been done before, but it hasn't been done often. So the good news for the Yankees is they're at home. They get 2 games at home. They've got to win them both. I'm sure they won. They had a bunch of 2-game winning streaks during the course of the regular season. So they got to put yesterday behind them. They need a great performance from Carlos Rodon, and then they've got to force that winner-take-all game 3 tomorrow.
So they got a great performance last night. That's what was so sad.
Yeah, they wasted it. Yeah, the Yankees bullpen collapsed. And look, you're not going to win a whole lot of games in this sport if you only score 1 run.
No.
So 1 swing of the bat, Anthony Volpe responsible for all of the offense for the Yankees. And boy, talk about the quintessential Aroldis Chapman experience, right?
Wow.
That's just what he does. I mean, he's basically a Hall of Fame closer. He's been one of the best pitchers in baseball for a long time. He's had a tremendous season in Boston this year, and he gets into a lot of crappy situations, but more often than not, he's able to wiggle himself out of them. And he did that. Loaded the bases with nobody out. Got a strikeout of your boy Giancarlo Stanton, a weak fly out of Jizz Chasm Trail, and then a strikeout.
Come on, Chasm Jizz. I mean, really, give me something.
And then a strikeout of Trent Grisham to end the threat and the game. So, yeah, Red Sox get the win. Tigers got a big win in Cleveland yesterday. How about 14 strikeouts for Tarek Skubal? The Cubs take down the Padres. The first postseason win for the Cubbies since 2017.
Yeah, man, big win for them.
And then last night, the LA Dodgers, who just look unfair, they were up 8-0 at one point against the Reds. They hold on to win 10-5. Shohei Ohtani hit a leadoff bomb and then hit another bomb later in the game. So 2 homers for the runaway MVP in the National League. A great start for the Dodgers as they try to go back-to-back.
They're going to score a lot of runs through this postseason. Whoever they're playing against is in for at least 5 runs a night.
Yeah, and the Reds stink too. I mean, how pissed are Mets fans watching that game last night?
No kidding.
Not to say the Mets would have done a whole lot better because the Dodgers are pretty inevitable, but the Mets, second highest payroll in baseball, a lot more talented on paper than the Reds. and they just collapsed down the stretch to give the Reds that final wild card spot in Cincinnati. I know it's one game, but they appear to be no match for the LA Dodgers. So, all right. So you're done with the Yankees. You're in on the Phillies. You're also done with the Vikings now, too. You're claiming the Eagles as your NFL team now.
I can't do that. I can never, ever root for the Eagles. That's not going to happen.
Okay.
I need somebody else. When I was a kid, it was maybe I'll go with Wags and become a Giants fan. How's that?
Oh, that's going to be depressing.
That is going to be depressing too. Yeah.
Your boy
I'll
Tom
stick with the
Coughlin.
Vikings. I don't give up on the Vikings. Everything started going downhill when they started having cheerleaders, dudes dressing up like girls.
Yeah, I was going to ask, are you more upset about the loss to Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers over the weekend, or with the fact that, you guys now have male cheerleaders hanging out with the ladies?
No, that bothers me a little bit.
Sounds like that's the thing that's getting
That's
you
holding
away.
me. That's holding me back from being all in with the Vikings again. And now, since you've been calling them Vikings, that's when they started all that stuff.
You're blaming me now for them being
they heard about you
inclusive.
saying that.
You know what? I'm not going to take criticism for that good decision by Minnesota. They're being inclusive.
Oh, great.
Yeah, you're anti-inclusion, huh?
No, I'm all about it. But remember, I don't like overkill in certain things.
That's overkill in certain things.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now we got the halftime. The halftime of the Super Bowl with dude that dresses like a lady.
Dude that dresses like a lady.
Yeah.
Prince?
Huh?
Prince?
No. Yeah, I wish we could get back to that guy. He just wore coats. He didn't wear like bras and stuff like that. We got the halftime performance by who's that dude that's doing the halftime performance?
Bad Bunny?
Yeah, Bugs Bunny. Now we got like Bugs Bunny doing the damn halftime show. What happened? What happened to the good old days of Super Bowl halftime gigs when Michael, we barely wanted you to come over to the house, Jackson. Now we got Bugs Bunny doing it, dressing up like a chick. I mean, really?
Does Bad Bunny dress up like a chick?
Oh no, he does. He wants to be a girl. He wants to be a girl too.
Oh man, Bad Bunny's like one of the biggest international stars that we have right now.
The weirder you act, the bigger you are, I guess.
He's a pretty talented musician, no?
Who, Bugs Bunny?
All right. I mean, you made that joke 4 times. I get it now. I mean, he's what, you don't like him because he speaks Spanish? Are you out on that?
Oh, come on. He's Puerto Rican. He
speaks Spanish. He doesn't speak Puerto Rican. He speaks Spanish.
No, but he is Puerto Rican.
So you're out. We didn't talk about that.
Remember, don't forget, I worked at the Puerto Rican pool.
I do, and you hated all of them.
That's not true.
So wait, let me get this straight. We didn't talk about the news from a couple of days ago that Bad Bunny was announced as the Super Bowl halftime performer for Super Bowl 60 in San Francisco. You're out on this?
The halftime shows I don't know much about that dude.
Okay.
I know he's an international star. I don't have anything on my phone with his music. He doesn't do any of my 70s. He's closer to disco than anybody that's been on there, I guess. He can do everything, obviously.
So if you were in charge here,
that's interesting.
Who would you pick to be the halftime performer for Super Bowl 60?
Oh, hell, Lou Rawls, I think, is dead.
Yeah. Lou Rawls?
I think he's dead.
How many? You're trying to get people to tune in. Yeah, Lou Rawls died in 2006.
Yeah, I don't think I can bring him back.
What do you want, the ghost of Lou Rawls? You want to get a hologram of that guy up on stage?
No.
Who would you go with?
I don't know. That's interesting. I need more time to think about that. I'd have to put on a good show.
Feels like they've gone away from the classic rock or just the classic artist bit that they did for a while.
Oh yeah, they have.
It's been more recent pop star. I mean, last year was Kendrick Lamar, who's one of the biggest hip hop stars in the world right now.
They're getting as close to the young kids as they can.
Yeah, it feels like they have started to cater towards a younger crowd in recent years. Jay-Z and his Rock Nation crew have kind of taken over the the halftime performances. What Usher did it a few years ago. Rihanna's done it recently. The Weeknd has done it. I guess in LA you had Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg and Eminem and Mary J. Blige all out there. That was an homage to the 90s a little bit with some of those guys. It's been a while since they've gone like 70s or 80s throwback.
No, it has. You're right.
So I wouldn't hate them. I don't know how many of those guys and gals are still touring these days, but I wouldn't hate them doing something like that again.
Yeah, maybe next year. Maybe they'll swing that back. You know, they like you said, they swing a little different every couple of years. They get a theme and they go with it. You know, I mean, Usher was good, but Usher's not that young. That's not like that's some young cat either.
No, Usher's been around the block for a little bit. I mean, you had Jennifer Lopez and Shakira do a Super Bowl halftime about a decade ago. Like, they've been around the block, no pun intended, for a while.
I got a feeling that they're done with that for a while.
Looks like the last kind of throwback. I mean, is Madonna throwback to the 80s?
No, you can throw her out with the bathwater.
Okay. The Who looks like the last sort of real super group. You're going back to the 70s with them.
Holy that's way back now.
That was in 2010. That's when the Who did the halftime show here at the Super Bowl in Miami, not here at all. So yeah, they've gone more modern more often than not as of late, but it'll be bad.
Well, they're gonna go with who's selling what right now. Who can you sell to?
Yeah, I guess so. So,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the people think. It's what label's selling right now, and who can you cater to. If you can cater to the real young people, you're going to do that.
Well, the NFL, I mean, they're clearly trying to cater to an international audience, are they not?
Absolutely.
I mean, they just played their first game in Germany this past weekend. They've got more international games on the schedule this year than they ever have, and it feels like they're only adding to that every season. There are talks about them trying to add a team, like a permanent
we're trying to
team.
do everything that they do in Europe. I mean, we get 40 to 40 games. We're trying to be like soccer.
Well, they don't get to 40 in soccer. I can tell you that. It'd be a lot more entertaining if they did, but you're right.
They get to nil.
You're right. Yeah, we're going in the wrong direction with that. We got ties now. But,
I'll get to see, because like I said, I don't know much about Bad Bunny's music. I've heard of the dude.
Yeah, we're apparently having some app difficulties this morning. I've texted Wags to try to see what's going on as he is manning the app from behind the scenes. So apologies to everyone trying to catch us on the app. Of course, we are rocking and rolling on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch as well. So check us out there. Although if you can't hear us on the app, I'm not quite sure me telling you that is going to help out a whole lot. So we will work on that, hopefully get that fixed up here in a moment. All right. Diving into some of the Texas football conversation, Buck. Although I still do want to hear you give an alive artist, a living artist, who you'd like to see.
I'll have one for you on Friday. I'll have one for you Friday.
Okay.
When I give my big picks.
Yeah. Oh, you can give some playoff picks for Major League Baseball if you would like.
No, I'm going to stay away from baseball. I'm not going to screw up baseball.
You're not going to Pete Rose this thing?
No. I enjoy, seriously. Like I said, I grew up, with a transistor radio when I was in grade school, with a little earpiece stuck in my ear during class, and up my little Catholic shirt, my Catholic school shirt, my white collared shirt with the tie, had a thing rigged up where I could just lean to the side and listen to the bass. By the way, that's when the Orioles were good at that time. Orioles, Yankees. Yeah, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, it was. All right. Hey, if you could choose, we'll open it up to you people out there. If you could choose who's performing the Super Bowl 60 halftime show, who would you go with? All right, let's dive into some Texas football conversation. Texas and Florida just 3 days away. We've got some sound from Steve Sarkisian here, his Monday press conference. Of course, later today, we will get our first injury report of the season for the Longhorns, but more importantly, our first injury report of the week. So we'll get some official updates on guys like Trey Wisner and CJ Baxter and Emmett Mosley the fifth.
Oh, we'll get the real deal on Emmett Mosley probably.
Yeah, well, it may say leg, it may say ankle, it may say foot. Who knows what it'll say, but it will let us know if he's been practicing and, more importantly, if he's going to be good to go this Saturday afternoon in the Swamp. But here's a bit of sound from Steve Sarkisian. He was asked on Monday what he's learned about his team through the first 4 games of the season that he thinks can translate here to SEC play.
We're really good when we play complementary football. And that's probably the same for everybody, but I just know looking at us, and that when we get stops, when we create turnovers, when we take those turnovers and create explosive plays and score points, that momentum builds for our team. You know, we've been at our best historically around here when we start fast, when we score first. I think we're like 20-1 in our last 21 games when we've scored first. And so, you know, part of that is, you know, there is momentum in football, and there's nothing like momentum. But you could see the difference in our ability to start fast a week ago, and the energy starts to spread throughout the team on offense, defense, and special teams. And so how do we create that, right? And how do we get to a point to where that just the normal for this team, right? And we can't rely on those past teams, but this team. And so I do think we've got a pretty good understanding of specific players, of things that they do well. I think we've got a better understanding of areas on the team where we can excel in all 3 phases. But then there's been areas where I think we need to improve upon if we want to become the team that we think we can become. And I give our guys a lot of credit. They went for it last week, and they took the challenge on some areas where we wanted to improve. And they came back today with a real sense of confidence of things that we worked on last week. We came out today and executed at maybe a little higher level than I was anticipating, which is a good sign that we stayed engaged, we stayed intentional in our approach. And so, you know, we'll see. Like I said, this is now, we got to do it for the next 4 days after this to put ourselves in a really good position to play.
Yeah, he's right. They need that. They need a fast start in Florida. They need whether it's offense or defense, they need a 3 and out on defense, and they need to take the ball down the field. You know, and if they get an opportunity, whether it's a punt return or a kickoff return, that they feel they need to move the ball down the field. They need to have some exciting things happen to them early, because we know, for one thing, that he didn't just say they are a dumb team. So they're going to do some dumb things in the course of the game. I don't think the coach would call his team dumb, but I'll help him out. Your team is dumb. So that quick start, you know, that momentum burst that they need that on either side of the ball. And especially in this game on the road, SEC game, the first SEC game, because I think this is a group still looking for an identity, obviously, on offense. They don't know what they are. They don't know if they can run the ball well. They don't know if they can pass it well. They just know that they played a subpar team last week, took advantage of them, and had some positive things happen. So just carry that positivity with you into this game, and it's got to be in this game.
Yeah, you talk about getting off to fast starts, Buck.
Yes.
Going back to that Sam Houston game, I mean, it was a best-case scenario. It was a dream start for the Longhorns, right?
Yeah, and it's a two-way sword. It helps you, and it helps a team that's been losing. It just sends them downhill in a hurry.
Yeah, it plants that seed of doubt in their minds that, oh, here we go again.
Absolutely.
With Billy Napier, and we're about to fall to 1-4 on the season.
You can't let this team can't be in the game, you know, fourth quarter. This can't be one of those one-score games. You've got to have a lead with this group and making them think, well, here comes another law. Now we're 1-4. Who do we play next week? Who are we going to get trounced by next week? That's the kind of doubt you want to put in their mind early.
Yeah.
You can't let this group hang around.
Look at what Texas did against Sam Houston. You know, Texas won the toss. They deferred. So the Longhorns were on defense first. They forced a 3 and out. They scored a touchdown. Next defensive possession, 3 and out, touchdown. 3 and out, touchdown. 3 and out, field goal. 3 and out, touchdown. That was the start of the game for Texas against Sam Houston. Now, that was Sam Houston. You were playing that game in Austin. It ain't going to be that good this weekend, but that's the first time this year.
I was thinking about it yesterday. I'm trying to figure out, what is this team? I'm still kind of searching. I guess you really don't know until you play an opponent like this in the SEC, or you play in Ohio State. We saw against Ohio State, we thought this would be a group that could hang in there for the long haul. And then we saw 3 games, and we saw some just really weird stuff in those 3 games. Not the third game. They destroyed the ghost of Sam Houston. But the other 2 games, there was just some struggles.
Yep.
And so I think we'll find out kind of where we stand in this one, unless it's just a sloppy, wet, nasty day, and you're just trying to hold on for dear life and just trying to get a win. Well, for this team, maybe just trying to get a win is what they're going to be like all year long. you
Well,
know?
that goes to Sark's point, and that goes to your point about getting off to a fast start, right? I mean, you brought up the San Jose State and UTEP games. Texas couldn't do that in those games.
Yeah.
And I brought up the stat a bunch this year of how much Texas has struggled on opening possessions under Steve Sarkisian. And the Sam Houston game was the first opening drive this year that resulted in points. So
yeah, can they not be a dumb team this week? Is that possible to go on the road and not be dumb?
hang on. You said you weren't bringing that up the rest of the week. You said I wasn't allowed to bring it up the rest of the week.
Well,
now you're bringing it up?
I just said being a dumb team. I didn't say the P word.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by them being a dumb team? What constitutes a dumb team, Coach?
Turnovers, drop balls.
They didn't have any turnovers or drops last week.
Well,
so
I'm just saying. I'm just saying you can't do that. That can't come back again. I didn't say the P word.
What's the P word?
I'm not saying the P word.
We're Texas Sports Unfiltered. You can say the P word.
I know, but I'm not going to say the P word for the remainder of the time. I'm not giving any numbers on the P word. No way. They're too dumb. It's happening.
Come on. How many women do you think are listening? Is that the P word you're talking about?
Oh, no, that's not no, I can't say that word. We can't have 6 or more P's.
6 or more, like people urinating during the game?
Oh, there's going to be tons of that.
We can't have 6 or more, though.
6 or more is no good, but I'm not going to say the P word because I'm expecting this because this team is not that smart.
Well,
But if they can find a way to get off to a fast start, it would be. I think that's important because, like I said, it's two ways. It works in your favor, but it also sends that doubt into the Gators' mind because they're used to having that thing go downhill. You know, they're used to that snowball just gathering more snow going down the hill.
Yeah, it's now, by the way, Texas has played 34 games since the start of the 2023 season. They have scored points on their opening drives in just 10 of them. Again, they did in their most recent game against Sam Houston. That's the good news. It's the first time all year they've been able to do that, and that was by far the best offensive performance we've seen from the Longhorns this year. And you talk about momentum, right? Like Texas turned a touchdown on their first possession into points on their first 9 possessions against Sam Houston. So the one time we have seen Texas get that right, they were able to positively snowball that into more points.
Yeah, and with this defense of Florida, they got guys that can hit BK. So you haven't been hit like this in a while.
Right. Yeah, well, Florida's good. Florida's got a good defense for sure. And there's going to be some challenges, right? And I think you're right. I think there is still a little bit of soul searching going on with this Texas offense. We're trying to figure out exactly what the identity of this group is. And I think part of that process has been hampered by all of the injuries that you've had. And I think, getting some guys back can help you kind of figure out what we're good at and who are our best players in certain situations and what can we call in big spots. But I don't think, this offense is a finished product just because of what they did against Sam Houston. I do think there's going to be some, still some identifying and figuring some things out throughout this game and maybe into Oklahoma as well.
Yeah, I would agree. I would say by the Oklahoma game, you better know who you are coming out of that game. You probably need to know who you are by then.
Well, you're going to learn a lot about yourself this weekend, I think.
Yeah, especially when you're playing a wounded team like this that's really, really struggling. I don't know. Chris said yesterday this group kind of plays for their coach. They must like Billy Napier. I mean, he can't coach. Why do you like that guy? Well, you want somebody that could coach?
Right. Yeah, I mean,
he must be a play. He must be put his arm around you, guy. Well, what can you do when you're losing? You can't go around screaming and hollering.
Look, does this not feel like Charlie Strong at Texas?
Everybody loved him. Oh, nice guy.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's the exact same thing.
Coach Pittman, nice guy, just great guy. Players love you. I'll run through the wall for you. I just don't play well enough for you to win games.
Right. Like, that's what it is. Like, it's cool the players love you. It's cool you're nice to the players, but that's not what keeps you around.
No.
So, look, I don't know. We'll see if Florida – I mean, everybody thought Arkansas players loved Sam Pittman. Everyone thought Arkansas players were going to play for Sam Pittman. What happened What happened in Sam Pittman's last game? They got smoked by Notre Dame at home.
That was the game. By the way, that was the game you were supposed to really play for your coach.
Yeah, I mean, they were only 4.5-point dogs in that game. Like, that was supposed to be close, and they lost 56-13. So this game, like, Texas is about a touchdown favorite right now. It's supposed to be pretty close. There's nothing that I would love more as a Texas fan, obviously, than to go see the Longhorns do exactly what the Fighting Irish just did last week and plant the final nail in the coffin into the Billy Napier grave.
Yeah, I'm of the coaching tree. Play for me, don't like me. I've been, because but myself as a coach itself, as a position coach, I'm not never a head coach, but my position is, I like the players to like me. They'll still play for me. But as a head coach, you don't have to like me. You can think I suck as long as you play hard for me and we win. And I've been around offensive like Tom Coughlin. I've been around that dude. I was around John Malkovich. I don't give a rat's ass if you like me or not. Just play hard for me and win the games. Help me win the games, and I'll help you get to where you need to get to.
Yeah.
You
I've never been a coach, but for me, it's like, you don't need to play hard for me. Just go win. Like, play hard for your NIL money, play hard for your NFL future, play hard for your family, your friends,
play hard for your university.
Play hard for your university. Play hard for the extra chicks you'll get to hook up with if you win this game.
Now you got those extracurricular deals.
Right? Like, you don't have to play hard for me just to win, please. Like, that's all I think Billy Napier cares about right now. That's all I think Florida fans care about right now. They don't care if it's the coach.
The P word, please. No, we're not talking the P word. That's not coming up. We're not putting any numbers on anything.
Different P word.
Except for touchdowns. We need about 6 of those.
Touchdowns?
Yes.
That's a P word, touchdowns?
Touchdowns will do it this week. Give me 6 of those. That'll be good enough against this group.
I guess points on the board.
There you go.
Points can be what we're talking about here. Yeah, I don't think you need 6 touchdowns against this group. I think if you get 3, you're going to be coasting to a victory against this group.
God.
I will say this about Florida and playing for their coach. Look, last year when Billy Napier's seat was getting really, really warm after the Texas game, remember, Texas beat Florida 49-17 here in Austin. That was a game that the Longhorns at one point led 42-0. That dropped Florida to 4-5 on the season.
Didn't he run off 3 after that?
They beat LSU at home. They beat Ole Miss at home to knock the Rebels out of the playoff. And then they won their rivalry game over Florida State in Tallahassee. And then they won their bowl game against Tulane. So last year, when they were at their low, they did rally behind their head coach. I don't know if it was behind their head coach. They just started playing better, and they started winning games down the stretch.
Yeah, well, they're getting extra NIL money this week to lose the game. You want a little extra something?
Was this the start of that bounce back for Florida? Or they just all kind of checked out and they're like, dude, screw this. Like,
yeah, once again, it's now Wednesday for me, and I'm still at the same deal. Win by a field goal, Texas. I'm not worried about 4.5, 5.5. I need the kicker that's not missed a field goal at the end if he has to kick a winning field goal with 0 time on the clock. It's over. Okay. I need the head coach to take the 3 points when he has the opportunity. If the weather's bad, you can't be messing around with 4th and 2s and 4th and 3s where everybody's slipping around. Because that's a grass field. I think that's a natural turf. That thing could be nasty, and it could be wet there this weekend. You got a chance to get 3 with your defense because their quarterback is going to slip and slide and throw it all over the place anyway.
Well, yeah, you also you do wonder if the weather is going to affect the kicking game, right? Like, that could play a factor there too. I don't know. I mean, there's about a 50% chance of some scattered thunderstorms this Saturday afternoon in Gainesville. So it's only Wednesday. We'll see how that forecast changes throughout the week. But, yeah, I mean, we will wait and see.
Yeah, 50% here means 50% chance it's not going to rain. It probably doesn't rain. 50% chance there means you're probably it's going to get wet.
Well, yeah, you wonder if it's rain and you wonder if it's lightning because lightning causes delays. So obviously that's where a 3.5-hour football game becomes a 5.5.
Oh, no. And dumb teams don't need delays. Dumb teams need to get right out there and get going.
No, I would argue no teams need delays. Let's just play, please. I don't want to relive that Maryland game. And what was that, 2018 again? I'm
jet
out
sweep.
on that.
Look out. You're talking about jet sweep games?
Yeah, exactly. All right. Let's hear from Steve Sarkisian talking about Florida. We will start with the offensive side of the ball. I'm going to go run and try to start the app because I cannot get a hold of WAG. So I'm going to see if I can fix this on my end. But while I'm doing that, here is actually, you know what? Let's do some sponsor shout outs, Buck. Then we'll get to some Sark sound. We'll try to get the app running. But first, a word from some of our great partners.
Say hello to our friends over at the League Kitchen and Tavern. The great locations for those: Lagway, Belterra, Bee Cave, and of course, Avery Ranch. Chef-inspired comfort food for the heart and soul, made from scratch each and every day. Pulled pork sliders, teriyaki glazed, pork chops, of course. Hey, Lonnie's famous fried chicken, y'all. That's one of the deals. My favorite, the Cobb salad, and all-day breakfast at the League Kitchen and Tavern. Happy hour every day from 3 to 6. Unbelievable savings on glasses of wine. Of course, specialty drinks and beer. Thursday, tomorrow, is Prime 2 wine, and that is half-price bottles of wine with your prime rib dinner. Love that, of course. And you'll love the locations. Once again, they've got 4 locations. Lakeway, right off of 620 there in Belterra, Bee Cave, and Avery Ranch, of course, for the League Kitchen and Tavern. And once again, say hello to our friends over at Relax the Back. Back starting to feel a little better thanks to this chair. Sat in watching the game last night, and I was stressed out watching the Yankees play, but I got the chance to sit in my Relax the Back chair. If you've got any problems with your neck and your shoulders or your hips, please call on the good friends over at Relax the Back. Select office chairs, Tempur-Pedic mattresses, the Tempur-Pedic pillows. I've got to go get me one of those pillows, BK, to put underneath my legs when I sleep. I was told that may help a little bit for my back too. But they got 2 great locations in Bee Caves at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center, right across the street from the Container Store. Live pain-free, sometimes like the Buck, at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. All right, the app should be good to go. We have gotten a hold of Wags, and we are taking care of their apologies for the technical difficulties this morning. But also a quick shout out to our friends at Audio Visual Consultations. The month of October is officially upon us. This is the best sports month of the year, which means there's no better time than right now to make the call to AV Consultations to upgrade your home TV setup so you can watch all of the action all month long. The football, the postseason baseball, hockey's right around the corner. Basketball will be here before you know it. Buck, the WNBA finals are set.
Yeah, they're upon us. Who's in there?
You're supposed to know.
Oh, I am. I'm right. I'm the WNBA guy. Okay, the Liberty.
They are not in there.
The Fever. The Cold Sores. No?
What are you talking about? Jerry Jones's lip?
I couldn't get this picture out of my mind yesterday. Oh my God. It's some team.
That was so gross. No, the Fever actually lost last night. They were one win away from the WNBA finals, but no, it will be the Las Vegas Aces against the Phoenix Mercury.
Oh, the Aces.
So if you're trying to watch the WNBA finals, make the call to AV Consultations.
I'm glad you're in tune to that. That's good stuff.
Yeah, the point is, whatever you want to watch, your sports watching is made better when you've got that custom TV setup. AV Consultations can hook you up. Don't buy a TV and then call AV Consultations. No, you're wasting money. AV Consultations, they buy in bulk, so they can get you the best deals on TVs, surround sound speakers, also whole home lighting and surveillance cameras as well. They'll install everything, hook it up for you, and be there for you every step of the way. They've been hooking up Central Texas since 1988. They've hooked all of us up here on TSU. They can do the same for you. Just give them a call, 512-255-8678, or find them online at avconsultations.com.
Sweet.
And a quick shout out to our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics as well. All of our TSU merch, our hats, our shirts, our signs, our stickers, our posters, you name it, all done by Adam and his great team at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. So if you have a business that needs stuff, if you have an event coming up that needs stuff, Adam can help get you what you need. Find him on Instagram at Waterloo Printing, or you can reach out to him directly, 512-300-9641.
Sweet.
All right, more sound from Texas head coach Steve Sarkisian. We will start with Sark talking about DJ Lagway, the Florida quarterback who has struggled to start this year. 5 touchdowns, 6 interceptions through his first 4 games of the year. Of course, that was low-lighted by his 5-pick performance in Baton Rouge and Florida's recent loss to LSU. But on the other hand, DJ Lagway was the #1 quarterback in his recruiting class back in 2024. Here's Steve Sarkisian talking about Florida's signal calls.
He's a very talented player. Obviously we recruited him really hard coming out of high school, out of Willis, and had a fantastic high school career. I don't think the agenda was to play him as a true freshman, right? They had a transfer in who ended up getting injured, and DJ steps in. I think he goes 6 or 7-1 as a true freshman starting quarterback. High expectations coming back, and probably hasn't gone the way he, Coach Napier, everybody would have liked. But what I do know is the competitor and the talent is still in there, and so we better be mindful and better be ready to get the best version of DJ Lagway. I know the competitor that he is. I know the coach that Billy is, and they've been scheming people up. They just maybe haven't been hitting them here the first few games, but they're gonna attack us, and they're gonna attack us down the field with multiple shifts and motions and things. And so we got to do a great job stopping the run, but we better be cautious and aware of them throwing the ball down the field.
Yeah, I would agree. I'm more aware of that dude trying to make plays with his legs, like that 250-pound dude running around. That's what I'm more aware of. He can throw it all day because he'll throw it to the other guy. But I'm worried more so when he takes off and he starts to run a little bit. I mean, he's got to be hit like a running back because he's a tight end / quarterback. So he's a big dude. He does like to run a little bit. He would prefer to run to throw the ball, BK, which is a good thing because it'll end up in somebody else's hand when he does that. But if he gets a little groove of running the football, that can be dangerous.
I don't know. He's not that much of a runner, Buck. Like he's got.
Oh no, he doesn't have that shake. He's not a shake and bake guy. He's kind of. I'm not going to call him a plotter. He's a little bit better than a guy he's not a plow horse.
I mean, this obviously includes sack yardage, and he's been sacked 9 times this year. But
dude, he gets sacked a lot.
On the season, DJ Lagway has 26 carries for 23 yards. It's not a difference maker. I don't think you have to.
I prefer him to be throwing the ball to the other guy.
Well, yeah, of course. I prefer him throwing it to the other guy, but like he's not like a dual threat quarterback.
No. He's not that guy.
He's ran it so you take away those 9 sacks, that means he's ran it 17 times in 4 games. Like you don't have to basically base your whole game plan around trying to stop DJ Lagway running the football. Now, I mean, he's not a statue back there, so if you just turn your back on him and give him 20 yards to take off and go, he'll take off and go. But
I wonder if they make that part of their game plan a little bit. But they have a good enough runner. They have a good enough – the kid 13 is a good enough runner. They don't have to rely on their quarterback to take off and do all that stuff.
Well, I don't know. Florida doesn't really do anything well offensively right now. Like I do think Jaden Ball, the guy you're talking about, is a talented runner, but Florida as a team is 14th out of 16 teams in the SEC in rushing offense right now. And most of their rushing yards are like yards after contact because Jaden Ball is making some guys miss.
Absolutely. Oh, yeah. It's not like there's gaping holes that they're –
No.
I mean, I saw that Miami game. There was no big holes for them.
There's not really anything the Florida offense does well right now. Now, Florida, like Texas, is coming off of a bye, so they've had 2 weeks to prepare for this game. They've had the chance to get some guys healthier, and they've got the chance to, right some wrongs that have plagued them in their 3-game losing streak. But
yeah, I think they were pretty healthy on the offensive side against Miami. They just had been missing a bunch of guys on the defensive side.
Well, they did. They are getting Dallas Wilson back, who's a true freshman who is like a top 50 recruit in the country. He has yet to make his college debut, and he's a speedster on the outside and a guy that they hope can help open some things up down the field in their vertical passing game. I'm not sure DJ Lagway can get him the ball right now with the way that he's playing, but yeah, I mean, they do have some reinforcements coming on offense. They have been more banged up on defense, but Sark, I get it. Like you got to respect your opponent. Sark's not a bulletin board guy. He's not going to tell anybody that Florida's offense sucks and they're no match for our defense, even though that's probably the truth. But I hear Steve Sarkisian talking about, Florida being close on their downfield passes. And like Florida has the worst vertical passing in Power 4 right now. DJ Lagway is 1 of 7 throwing the ball 20 yards or more down the field. His 7 attempts account for just 5.7% of his throws this season. That is the lowest rate of 148 qualifying Division I quarterbacks.
Yeah,
so the head coach is like, they're close. They're almost hitting on these deep shots. They're not taking the deep shots. They are taking fewer deep shots than any other team in America because they have no faith that they're going to hit them. They're
No,
horrible.
I didn't see them throw many balls down the field.
They've done 7 in 4 games, and that includes Long Island in week 1, the FCS team that they beat 55-0. They're not even trying to throw the ball down the field. So they've got these supreme athletes. They've recruited really well. They've got talent on the outside, but like, I don't know. That was a big part of DJ Lagway's game last year. And this year, I don't know if he doesn't trust himself. I don't know if they're not calling those plays, but that is not a part of what Florida is doing at all right now.
Nope, they're not doing very much offensively. They really aren't. They're just kind of holding on and hoping something happens.
Yeah.
They'd really like to get their run game going. But now they're playing the worst team to try to get a run game going.
Yeah.
Against.
It's like we were talking because Texas struggled offensively against UTEP, right? So we're talking about Sam Houston being a get-right game because, you got to fix some things on your offense, and this is the perfect get-right spot because Sam Houston is one of the worst defenses in the country. For Florida's offense, this is also a get-right game because of
this isn't the get-right game for them, no.
But you're going up against like a top 3 defense in college football who's, top 5 in scoring, top 5 in total. They're 4th in rushing defense, and they're top 2 in like every analytical defensive metric that there is in the country right now.
Yeah, if you told me that Texas comes out of this game with 0 turnovers, then now the spread is in play for me.
I think if Texas has 1 turnover, they're still going to cover. I think if it's a crooked number of giveaways for the Texas offense, that's how Florida keeps it close. But for me, it's like I think Arch can have a turnover and Texas still wins this game by double digits.
Yeah, I think that's the key is take care of the football. Take care of the football. Get off to a fast start.
Yeah.
And throw some real doubt into this team.
That'd be nice. I don't even know if you need to do that because I don't know if LSU or Miami did that and they still beat Florida. But you're right.
Yeah,
if you get off to that good start,
eventually that Gator will try to bite you back. Eventually,
well, of course they're gonna.
They've got some guys that can make some things happen on the defensive end. There's not much on the offensive end, as you say. They're just really trying to struggle to get any offense going. But they got a couple players that can cause some turnovers and just are big. And I'm not sold on this offensive. Nobody's sold on this offensive line yet. Although the bigger competition and the better competition, they did okay. Now over the last couple of weeks, with the exception of the ghost of Sam Houston, they've had their struggles. But you get your running back. The quick start is the deal. Quick start and no turnovers.
Yeah. If it's a quick start and no turnovers, then this might turn into Notre Dame, Arkansas, Buck.
It could.
Like that's just I don't know how Florida, if their offense is going to play like it's played, I don't know how this game is that close on Saturday, unless Texas is its own worst enemy and they're shooting themselves in the head. Forget the foot. They're shooting themselves in the head.
Yeah.
I have to quote Breece Hall, who said that about the New York Jets a couple of days ago.
Just shooting yourselves in the head.
Shooting ourselves in the head. He's like, most teams shoot themselves in the foot. We're shooting ourselves in the head. It's like, it's pretty good, Breece. It's pretty good. All right, one more from Steve Sarkisian here. Talking about the Florida defense. This group is actually good. This group can actually present some problems for the Longhorns on Saturday. Here's Sark talking about the challenges that the Gators present on that side of the football.
Excellent defensive front. And Sapp is a heck of a player and had a great year last year. They've got a really good depth on their front. And they're big. They are not the most, play on an edge, penetrating defense. They two-gap you, and they do that intentionally because he likes to play. They play with a lot of split safety looks, and they're a veteran secondary, and so they can make things really muddy in the secondary. They can force a quarterback to hold the ball, and then that's where the pressure can get there. And so, the key to the drill is we got to maintain the line of scrimmage. We got to run the ball well, and then if we can get them out of some of that too high shell look where they're doubling receivers and doing things because, I got a ton of respect for Ron Roberts, their defensive coordinator. He's been doing it a long time at a really high level. And so they're not built necessarily to always just sack the quarterback. They're built to really guard your receivers and then make the pocket feel small on the quarterback. And so, hopefully we can get them out of some of that stuff. We'll see how that goes and then try to attack them as best we can, and find some opportunities for some one-on-ones down the field.
Yeah, they feel like they can hold up with their defensive line. They can hold your offensive line up and push those guys back into your quarterback and then play those two high safeties and and make it difficult to throw that ball back there. So you got to be able to, if they're there in that look, you got to be able to run the ball. You got to be able to gouge and gash them at times.
Yeah.
I don't expect Texas offensive line to roll these dudes over, but you got to give your runners some space. And that's why the head coach has got to come up with some stuff too. He's got to come up with some plays, some kind of counter plays, misdirection stuff to give those guys a little bit of gaps every once in a while. When those fatties get out of the way, get out of their gaps, you got to make them pay for not being in the right spots, because they can walk your offensive line back into the quarterback when it comes to some of the run game and some of the passing game.
Yeah. Yeah, it's, the weird stat about Florida's defense, because they've been very good in most aspects. They only have, I think, 3 sacks so far this year.
Yeah, they don't have like a bunch of war daddies to come off the corner, off the edge, but they got some beef. They got some beef in the middle.
Yeah. I mean, they've been good stopping the run. I mean, their overall defensive numbers are very impressive, and I think they're even more impressive considering how bad their offense has been, right?
Yes.
It's like they are carrying all of the water for that team right now, and they their 3 losses, they haven't really been blown out in any of their 3 losses, and that's because their defense has just, bent and not really broken very often this season. But yeah, it's weird. They haven't been generating a super consistent pass rush, but it hasn't really plagued them too much. But you're right. I'm like that shell defense that Florida plays, that's something that has given Texas problems so far this year. And it even gave Texas some problems last year. Like, they are going to give you opportunities to run the football. They're going to play that too high safety look. You have to be able to run it, and you've got to be consistent with your running ability too. You can't just back away from it if it's not super effective early on. I think you've got to stay on this, because that's what Florida is going to give you. You always talk about offensive coaches. Hey, take what the defense gives you. Takes what the defense gives you. They are giving you the run game. They are giving you those underneath throws. Take those. And if those work, then you make them adjust. Then they have to bring some extra guys down in the box. That's where you can hit them over the top. But
that's why you look for your tight end.
Yeah.
Take your tight end, the ones that can catch and get the ball. You need to get the ball to Jack Andrews. He needs to catch a bunch of balls in this game. It just seems like a game that he can make a difference in.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he only has 7 catches. Does have a couple of touchdowns through 4 games, but only 7 grabs this year. And, I wonder if there are a couple of guys that I wonder if Texas has kind of been saving for SEC play. Like, some of them are obvious. I mean, Trey Wisner's, that guy probably could have played in any of the last 3 games, but hey,
you're probably right.
But even guys who have played, like Jack Andrews, hasn't been a huge focal point for this offense since week 1. Anthony Hill on defense hasn't put up big numbers. He hasn't played a ton of snaps.
I don't know how you save a guy on unless he just, like you said, he doesn't get enough snaps. But if he's on the field, they got to have their defensive stars have to make plays.
Sure.
I mean, but if he doesn't get enough snaps, that's not on him.
Yeah. I mean, Anthony Hill only played 21 snaps against Sam Houston. Colin Simmons played 16 snaps against Sam Houston. So that's, it's like Texas has almost had a double bye. In some cases, you could argue Texas has had like a quadruple bye.
Yes.
Because of what they've just had, right? Like, they are so unbelievably healthy. They are as healthy as you could realistically ask for a third of the way through a season. But not only are they healthy in terms of like bodies, they're also fresh because they've been able to limit some snaps and take guys out of games.
That's why I said they'll be hit like they haven't been hit like this since game number 1, since August. So that's kind of scary. And for some of those running backs, I'm going to be very careful who I give this ball to in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is more like the Ohio State game where, it was Trey Wisner and C.J. Baxter getting every running back touch,
right,
for Texas. So I would
think the freshmen won't get in this game.
No, unless Texas is up by 3 scores. If Texas is up in the second half comfortably, then I think you'll see some of those other runners, the guys you call the Pep Boys, play.
Yeah, the Pep Boys can sit there and cheer this week.
But if Trey Wisner and C.J. Baxter are
Trey Wisner is 100%. That guy should get any snap. That guy shouldn't be tapping his helmet. He should be ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, if Wisner and Baxter are both like on the field playing in this game, then I think you're going to see those 2 guys play pretty much every offensive snap in this game. So Wisner should get the most of them. I think he's the best running back on this team. And look, C.J. Baxter, he's going to spell. You're not going to play one running back for every single snap of the game. So I think Baxter's going to come in and get some run. And I think those are the two guys that you lean on when you're trying to get a road win in the SEC.
Yeah, a road win. You're right. In the SEC, nobody gets saved. There's no saving anybody here. The saving of players is over with. You've already had, like you said, you've had your quadruple bye. Let's go.
Quadruple bypass surgery here.
Yeah, you've already had that.
Yeah, I mean, I would love Texas. Look, Texas had some great running games last season. You think about what they did on the road at Texas A&M, obviously down the stretch, but you look at some of their performances in conference play. I mean, they ran it for 210 yards against Florida a season ago. You know, they ran it for 198 against Mississippi State, 177 against Oklahoma, 250 against Kentucky. And the games that they won in conference play, they did a really good job running the football. So I would love to see something like that from the Longhorns this week, where they're running for 150 plus.
Yeah, don't put yourself in bad down and distance situations with the P word, okay?
What's the P word?
I can't say it.
Why not?
Because we can't say it for this week.
How am I supposed to know? I'm just trying to know.
We will be talking about it after the game. When we talk on Monday, we'll be talking about the P word.
I just want to make sure I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
So make sure the people know what you're talking about. More importantly, what is the P word? There are plenty of words that start with P, including plenty.
Like punter. Oh, punter. How about punter?
Okay. Don't want to see a lot of the punter on Saturday. I agree.
Place kicking. No, if the punter's been fantastic. So has the place kicker.
Yeah. I still, so those aren't the P words you're talking about. So what is the P word you're talking about?
Just 6 or less. I keep putting the number up. I keep going from 4 to 5. Now I'm at 6 going, that'll be good. 6 will be good. Before it's all said and done, 8 will probably be good.
8 punts in the game?
No, 8 of the P word.
8 of the P word. 8 possessions in the game. Got it. All right. It's going to be a defensive struggle between these two teams. So there you go.
We'll like this game at the beginning of the season. I don't care if the Horns are playing well and Florida was playing bad. I didn't like this game going down there in the swamp.
I get it. I get not liking it before the season. I don't really get not liking it right now. I just don't. Look, if you're concerned about the Texas offense, then all right. I get that. I still have some doubts about what that group really is, but I have zero concern about the Texas defense. And you can't – I think Texas is too good. Texas is too good to only win with one face. Like, Florida can't only beat Texas with a good defense. They're going to need something from their offense, and I don't see –
Yeah, they have to – unless their defense is scoring points, yes, they're going to need something from their offense has to do something.
Right, and I just don't – I don't think it can. I'll eat my words if I'm wrong on, Monday's show, but I've got all the faith in the world in this Longhorn defense. They've been elite, and I don't even think they've reached their full potential because Colin Simmons and Anthony Hill aren't playing all that well, and they're still one of the best defenses in America. I know the last 3 opponents that they played, but I also know the first opponent that they've played. And they did a damn good job on that side of the ball against that team in their house. So I've got faith that the Texas defense is going to travel.
Yeah, it's been a long time since they played a game like that. They've been playing junior college games over the last couple of weeks.
Sure. You're worried about the defense?
No, I'm not worried about it. They can have a bad game and still look really good. The offense can't have a bad game this week.
I think they can, and I think Texas will still win because LSU's offense had a bad game against Florida, and they won. And Carson Beck had a really bad game against Florida, and they still won by 19 against the Gators. Yeah, you don't want that. You don't want that, but like that's.
I think there's an offensive line difference between Miami and Texas right now.
Okay, I'll give you that. What about LSU?
And I'm not saying that the rest of the team there's a big difference between Miami and Texas. The offensive line play is different.
Sure.
They have road graders. They're just going to turn around and hand it off to a bunch of dudes, and then they're going to go rugby.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know if the Horns can do that. Can they have scrums going down the field, pushing guys down the field?
I don't know. I don't know.
Or are they going to have a bunch of – hey, hell, if they have stalemates, that should be okay.
Yeah, well, the offensive line's important in this game, right? For the Texas offense to do what it's capable of doing, their offensive line has to create holes in the run game. I thought they did a great job of that against Sam Houston. Yes, Sam Houston, but I did think the offensive line was so much better blocking for the run in that game than they were in the 2 games prior. And for the most part, I feel like Arch has had some clean pockets this year. But again, you're going up against better defense than you've seen since week 1. So
I'll say that's true too. I think the protection has been a lot better than I thought it would be.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the pass blocking has been better than the run blocking for Texas. There's
no doubt.
I think they both can improve, but I think
it's been the quality of runner that you've had too. That, like you said, you get your best guy back.
That will help.
Yes, it will.
All right. Well, take your thoughts. The Dakota text line 512-222-9328. Of course, the YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. The app is back to working again. Appreciate y'all chiming in on that. Apologies once again for those tech difficulties to start the show, but we are off and running. All right. We've got plenty more Texas to dive into. Also, some SEC power rankings. And I've got an interesting question for the Buck about college football and the state of college football right now. But before we get to any of those topics, how about another round of sponsor shout outs?
So our friends over at Sue Patrick's, an incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel and collectibles and accessories, tons of Texas themed gifts and items there for your books also, and a wide variety of men's and women's clothing in all sizes. They've got the great polos. If you're headed to Gainesville, you're getting ready to go, make sure you stop by Sue Patrick. Stop by the store at 5222 Burner Road. Pick up some of that Longhorn gear, the hats that they have there, the polos, and it won't be long before you start needing those hoodies. And Jay will have all of those in stock. Anything you want for volleyball, they've got it too. Free curbside pickup on items over $59 online. Plenty of parking, as I said, at 5222 Burnett Road. And for more information, don't forget the Jellycats. Hey, let's not forget Jellycats. It is the Jellycat season as we get closer to the holidays. Nothing wrong with bringing a Thanksgiving Jellycat. I'm sure they'll have Tom Turkey or something like that eventually.
What about a Halloween Jellycat, Buck?
Hey, Jellycats aren't meant to be masked. Yeah, but you know what? That'd be nice too. Sit that on the front porch and see how long it lasts. Dress up that Jellycat. They'll have the pumpkin Jellycat. That'll be here probably.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll get a chance to see Jay and the gang next week. Go to SuePatrick.com for more info, folks.
Yes, indeed. Love Sue Patrick. Also love our friends out at Covert Bee Cave.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Yes, indeed. Absolutely love Covert Bee Cave. And also, Buck, I've been a bit under the weather these last couple of days.
Oh, and you're there now. Hey, is that the upside down pineapple?
This is the upside down pineapple.
There you go.
SpongeBob collab OLIPOP.
Love it.
The pineapple paradise. I've left this on my front porch the last couple of days and no one's come by. I'm a little disappointed.
You need a 6-pack. Put up a 6-pack. They'll come by.
That may be my issue right there. Maybe they could feel the sick oozing out of my front door and they're like, no, thanks. We're out on that.
Come in there.
This should make me better. I haven't tried this yet. This is the medicine that I need to get.
That's probably the one that's going to take you over the hump.
I think so. Shout out to OLIPOP. More than 20 different flavors of OLIPOP, including the new Pineapple Paradise. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. Like the sodas you've been drinking in the past, this stuff tastes delicious and it tastes like soda. Unlike the sodas you've been drinking in the past, this has prebiotics, botanicals, and plant fibers, aka ingredients that support your digestive health. So you're helping your gut. Every time you drink OLIPOP, you're also helping your taste buds as well. This stuff is growing like crazy. It's available any grocery store, any convenience store with good reason. Next time you shop, make sure you shop OLIPOP.
Yeah, and truly be careful of who you're hanging around. You feeling better, though? You're feeling good?
I wouldn't say I'm feeling good, but I'm not wearing my winter gloves today, so that's a good sign.
Yeah, you don't have the squirts anymore, do you?
I do have them on standby just in case.
None of the squirts? We don't have to call West Country Systems to fix the plumbing there?
Plumbing's been okay. My plumbing has not been okay, but the plumbing at my place has been okay. So no need to call Woods Comfort Systems yet. But yeah, no, we're still not where we're needing to be, but we're getting there. You know,
Go get yourself a Hat Creek burger today. That'll fix it with just lettuce. No bun. Just get the lettuce with the double cheese. Leave the fries out. And definitely, if your belly's bothering you, you can't have a milkshake today. But you can you can have the double cheese.
Yeah, that'll
Throw
be good.
An onion on there, tomato, man.
Yeah, that'll be good for my gut. Hat Creek Burger Company, that should solve my stomach issues. I like that.
We don't have them as a sponsor, but I had breakfast yesterday at Cisco's. Oh my God, is that place still absolutely delicious?
On the east side.
I was on the east side yesterday. I picked up some migas there at Cisco's. It's always outstanding. I only go probably once or twice a year. But man, that is awesome.
I love Cisco's.
That is real migas there now. That is awesome.
Yeah, one of my boys used to live in an apartment building right next door to Cisco's, and we would go. I mean, it's like when I was living in Houston, every time we'd go, I'd come back to Austin, I'd stay with him, and we'd go to Cisco's like every time. And I love that place. It's fantastic.
Yeah, east side of Austin is so much different than 30 years ago when I first got here. But now it's gotten to the point where there's people walking around almost like in their underwear with no shoes on, just a pair and hands to the sky. There's a bunch of strange characters. I was standing on the corner. I was waiting for somebody. So I looked like somebody. I had a bag in my hand, like a hobo standing there with a bag in my hand. Dude, there are some of the strangest folks on the east side of town now, just wandering the streets.
Yeah, they're still.
I don't even know if they're homeless. They may have $5,000 a month apartments there, but they just dress like they're hobos. You know what I'm saying?
Welcome to Austin, sir.
And just talking to nobody, just talking to air, loud talking to nobody.
They're probably bums if they're doing that, right?
Are they? Is that the bums?
I feel like, well, they're definitely high if they're just talking to air.
Yeah, the guy's talking on air. He's going by me, and I just nod my head. I don't get in conversation. Because I don't want somebody pulling out a machete out of their pants or something. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think they want the conversation. They don't want you messing with them. They're talking to themselves or they're talking to God, and they want you out of it.
Yeah, they do. It's like, I'm like, dude, do you want to have a conversation with me? Why are you talking on air? I mean, really?
Yeah, there's a lot of that going on the east side right now.
Man.
It's obviously different, like you said, from 10, 20, 30 years ago. Now you can actually walk around on that side and not feel like your life is in jeopardy. But
I felt kind of strange yesterday because
there's still some homeless.
Yeah, there's still some strange characters that hover.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's still a lot going on over there, but it's definitely changed up recently. But good for you getting up to the east side. That's a trek for you from down in Dripping Springs. So
hell yeah, to have that breakfast, that's worth it there. It really is. It's always been one of my favorite spots, since I came to Texas. Just once a year, twice a year. That's all I need.
We got to get them as a sponsor on TSU.
Oh, yeah.
Because we're both big fans of that joint. All right. Buck, every week we do our own SEC power rankings. Now, we don't go from 16 to 1 because nobody cares, and that takes too much time. But we like to give our top 5 teams in the SEC each and every week. So I didn't tell you before the show that we're doing this today, so I'm happy to go first if you want some time to put your 5 to 1 together. But if you've got your 5 to 1 together and you want to start us off, feel free to fire away.
I got Roll Tide as number 1.
Oh, you're going 1 to 5.
Going 1 to 5. Roll Tide.
Wow. After that win at Georgia, they've claimed your top spot.
Yeah. Number 2, Texas A&M.
The Aggies?
Yeah. Come on. Texas A&M number 2. Number 3, Georgia.
You have A&M over Georgia?
Yeah, that's right. And Georgia, even though they're lost, they're not going anywhere. Georgia number 3.
Wait, hold on. You're telling me that if Georgia and Texas A&M were playing this weekend, you would pick the Aggies to win?
Yes.
Okay. Wow. Carry on.
They're going undefeated until they play Texas. Everything's good. Number 4, Vandy.
Vandy.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Number 5, Texas.
You have Vandy over Texas?
Yes, Vandy right now until they roll in here. That's right.
Well, that game's not till November 1st, but if
That's right.
if that game was on October 4th, you'd be picking Vandy to beat Texas?
Yeah, but after this week, that comes to an end because Roll Tide will get them back for last year, so they won't be in the top 5 after this week.
You are maybe the biggest Vandy hater I know. I am stunned that you were complimenting them this much.
Vandy number 4, Texas number 5, and I threw in number 6, Mississippi, Ole Miss. The team that's playing the best out of just about everybody. They're at number 6. They're not even in the top 5.
The highest ranked team in the
That's
SEC.
a fraud. They're a fraud.
Number 6.
Lane Kiffin that's a fraud.
Oh my God. All right. Wow. So Bama 1, A&M 2, Georgia 3, Vandy 4, Texas 5.
Yes. Please put Mississippi in there because the Ole Miss people will want to know why they're not in the top 5.
We're only doing a top 5 here, sir.
All right. Sorry about that, Ole Miss.
He's throwing
There's no Ole Miss fans that listen to us anyway. I don't think
we have a resident Ole Miss fan. Texas has not played Ole Miss in football yet. And obviously they didn't play last year. They're not playing this year. They are playing next year, so maybe we'll get some Ole Miss fans in the chat next season. But yeah, I don't think we have any Rebel regulars who tune into the show, which maybe we could change that here.
No Ole Missies.
The Chris Beard, maybe when Texas plays Chris Beard in basketball this year, we'll get some Ole Missies coming back.
We'll get some Ole Missies showing up. Yeah, right, I mean, should I have the Horns higher?
Well, I'm going to give my top 5 here.
All right.
I do have the Horns a little higher than you right now.
Of course you do.
You want me to go 1 to 5 like you or 5 to 1?
Go 1 to 5. Go 1 to 5, Roll Tide.
Number 1. Sick 'em. Hoo, 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 hoo.
You still got them dogs there?
Trying to be like that jabroni in the commercial that they play 500 times where that guy barks at his boss.
That is too funny, that one. She should throw the hot cup of – next one ought to be her throwing a hot cup of coffee on him.
That would be great. I still have Georgia number 1. For some foolish reason, I feel like if Georgia and Bama played this week, Georgia would win, even though they never beat Alabama. But
they wouldn't win. They'd lose again.
If you asked me who I think is going to win the SEC on October 1st, I would still pick Georgia. They were my pick before the year. They are my pick right now. So I still think Georgia is the best team in the SEC. I expect them to get to Atlanta. Like, they're the team that I feel like has the best chance to get to Atlanta, even though they've got a loss. And there are a few teams in the SEC that don't. If you asked me to put my money on one team reaching the conference title game, it would be Georgia. So they're number 1. Okay. Number 2, it's Roll Tide. I know they just beat Georgia. I know people will question why I have Georgia ahead of Alabama because of what happened, but
they always beat them.
Yeah, I still think Georgia's the better football team, and I think I am higher on Kalen DeBoer than most, and I think every Texas fan should be higher on Kalen DeBoer than most because of what we've seen firsthand. But I still I still feel like he's got another loss in him.
I don't think the quarterback's playing at a different level now.
I mean, last year, God, they lost at Vandy and at Oklahoma last year. They were huge favorites in those games. Obviously, they lost a game on the road this year where they were a huge favorite back in week 1. So I still feel like there's a slip up or two for the Crimson Tide coming down the line.
They're about to put it on Uncle Rico.
They've got a pretty tough schedule the rest of the way. So I don't know. Again, I'm still high on Bama. I've got them number 2 in the deepest conference in college football.
Yeah, that's true. That's not bad.
But we'll see. I mean, Vandy this weekend.
Let's see the mistake that you're about to put at number 3.
Well, I've got Texas at number 3. So you think that's a mistake?
Yeah, but that's okay. You're allowed to make a mistake here. They're in the top 5. That's okay.
I was close to putting Texas at number 2, by the way, but I did go with Roll Tide. I'll give them some kudos for their victory in Athens this past weekend. But I've got Texas at number 3. I've got the Aggies at number 4. And I do have Ole Miss at number 5.
Oh, Vandy's the fraud, huh?
I don't think Vandy's a fraud. I think Vandy's very good. I think if all 5 of the teams that I have in my top 5 were to play Vandy this weekend, they would win. Like, I'm picking Bama to beat Vandy this weekend. If Georgia would play Vandy, I'd pick Georgia. Texas, A&M, all of those teams. Ole Miss, I would pick all of those teams to beat Vanderbilt. I don't think Vandy's a fraud. I think they're very good, but I don't think they're as legit of a contender to get to the SEC title game as the teams that I just mentioned.
That's pretty good. Yours is okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. I know you as a diehard Aggie fan is a little upset that I have A&M down at number 4 in the conference.
Why are they so low? Why do you have them so low?
It's just the way I feel, man. That's just the way I feel right now. Beating Auburn does not impress me. I'm sorry. And everyone's giving Oklahoma all this love for beating Auburn. They needed the refs to do that. Everyone's giving A&M.
I know how excited you are over that Sam Houston victory.
Everyone's giving A&M a bunch of love for beating Auburn by 6 at home. They couldn't even cover in that game.
I know that. Yeah, that stunk too.
I'm not giving you flowers for beating Auburn. So look, I get it. I can't sit here and tell you that Texas has beaten anybody this year. This is what I think about these teams right now. If they were to play on a neutral site, I would pick Texas to beat Texas A&M this weekend. I think Texas is still better than A&M. So,
well, I'll always think that. It won't matter at the end of the season what Texas's record is. They'll beat Texas A&M here.
Yeah, well, you do have A&M ahead of Texas on your power rankings, though.
I do. Right now, yes.
So, I don't know.
I don't know why I don't have them number 1. I don't know what I'm waiting for.
The Aggies?
Who do they have? Who do they have? They're at home again this week.
Yeah, Mississippi State at home.
Yeah, those cowbellers, they're going to get theirs this week too. And I know Chris said that's disrespectful. That line's like 14.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be one of the, hey, Mississippi State, get back to reality where you get beat by 21 to 28 points in College Station.
I hope it's not.
Yeah, I don't want the Aggies to think they're too good. They'll go ahead and win, but they don't have to get ridiculous.
Yeah. A&M's got Mississippi State at home, Florida at home, at Arkansas, their next 3. So, 3 of the worst teams in the conference coming up next for the Aggies. They've got a legit shot to get to 7-0. And then they've got back-to-back road games with the bye week in between, but a game at LSU and then a game at Missouri. That's where things really start to ramp up for the Aggies later this month.
And by the way, they could be good enough to beat both of those teams on the road.
It could be. They could be. And if they do that, then, yeah, we're talking about A&M being a playoff team. I mean, if they start, that'd be 9-0. Their last 3 games, home South Carolina, home Samford and Son, and then at Texas. They're not losing all 3 of those. If you're 10-2 in the SEC, you're getting in. So
it's that last one. That's the last one that's going to sting.
Yeah, I agree with that. But look, I don't think A&M is beating LSU and Mizzou on the road. If they do, then, hey, tip of the cap to Mike Elko. It'd be a tremendous coaching job, and he has finally awakened that Aggie program.
Boy, somebody's defense better get ready for those 2 wide receivers because they are fantastic.
Yeah, that's something like I hope, and we'll see. It's way too early to make like these giant macro statements about 2025 Texas football. But like if the Texas offense just doesn't quite get to the level that we had hoped it would be, I hope Sark reconsiders his portal strategy this offseason.
For sure. Please go back and find us. Go back and find us a number 1 draft choice, our first round draft choice at wide receiver. Because
Texas went way harder in the portal on defense, and their defense is amazing. And it's like they trusted a lot of their development in-house on offense. And to this point, the results have been mixed. Again, if they play great in SEC play and Texas does what it's done the last 2 years, then it doesn't matter. But yeah, you look at A&M, you look at some of the other teams across college football who are, in the mix to compete for a national title this year. They went out and got a lot more on the offensive side of the football in the portal than Texas did. So, the Texas offensive line, I feel like they could have addressed. Maybe they could have gotten another receiver. Now, maybe Emmett Mosley's so good and the other guys that Texas have are good enough to where we don't have to worry about that. But Texas could have gotten more, I think, offensively in the portal. And
yeah, well, I mean, they went offensively. I think they were thinking they would do more with Jack injuries. But as you said, guys have 7 catches, right, total?
Yeah, and I like the injuries.
I thought they expected that was going to be the diamond in the rough. Or sort of like they've did with the wide receivers. He was going to be a guy who's got 15 to 20 catches already. Yeah. But it just hasn't happened that way yet.
You're right. You're right. And I like the Entries pickup. I like the Mosley pickup. I'm glad they went out and got a couple of guys. But yeah, I mean, they got outbid, for lack of a better term, on some of the top skill position guys that they went after. And Texas has the money. They could have spent more, I think, on some of those guys if they wanted.
I still think, on top of Mosley, the kid that A&M has, not Craver, the other guy.
Concepcion.
NC State.
Yeah, it's a good player.
I just didn't know. I wonder if they thought he was good enough or not to be here. Did they really get after him? Because I could see him being at Texas instead of with the Aggies.
Yeah, I don't think Texas really kicked the tires on KC Concepcion.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, so
they were looking at the kid. Weren't they looking at the kid from Syracuse, the wide receiver, maybe?
Trevor
caught all those passes
Trevor
last year.
Pena?
Yeah,
Trevor Pena, who's now at Penn State. No, that was a guy that you and I talked about. I don't think Texas really went after him very hard. I got to double check that. They went after Eric Singleton a lot, the Georgia Tech transfer who's now at Auburn. Wonder if he regrets that decision, being a part of that offense. And Zachariah Branch was the other guy who is now at Georgia. Those were like the top two portal receivers that Texas really went after in the offseason. Then they got outbid by Auburn and Georgia, a couple of other SEC schools who have some money. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Again, it's too early to like really say that for a fact, but that's just something that.
Well, I think you can say for a fact they should have looked at an offensive lineman.
Yeah.
Or two.
I think that could have helped. I think that could have
helped.
Yeah,
this farm club doing it from the high school level here. I guess you're just going to have to play the game in that way and go in the portal and look for some guys that are kind of ready-made that you just have to work into your system,
Sure. And yeah, that's something we'll see how this year goes, but that could be a change for Texas next off season. We're still trying to figure out. We know there's only one portal window now. We're trying to figure out how long it's going to be and when it's going to be. But yeah, I think that strategy could potentially be changed for Texas. So, okay, those are our SEC power rankings, Buck. But I've got an interesting question for you, and this is for all the people too. If I asked you right now to pick a team that is currently ranked outside of the top three in this week's AP poll. So that's Ohio State, Oregon, and Miami. Those are your top three. You can't pick any of them. A team outside of the top three that you think is most likely to win the national championship in college football this year. Who would you pick?
Roll Tide.
Alabama.
Yeah.
Explain.
I think the quarterback's playing like I said, and the two wide receivers. Number 5 is exceptional. We know what number 2 is. Their sophomore wide receiver. They're playing like at another level right now. They've run the ball well enough, and I think Alabama's defense is back now. I don't think they have a great offensive line or a great running back, but I think the quarterback and the passing game, and like you said, their coach. I mean, he's an offense. That guy can coach offense. And as much as people didn't like him, I think he's got them cranked up right now. I'm not looking back at that Florida State game. That game has come and gone. They're a different type of team. And I think the quarterback's playing at a really Heisman level right now.
Yeah, Ty Simpson's been great, and he did a tremendous job in that atmosphere on the road Saturday nights. No turnover performance, smart with the football, sharp, quick with his decision-making. I loved what I saw from Ty Simpson, and he's one of your favorites to win the Heisman Trophy right now, as we just lost the Buck. I don't know what happened there. Yeah, he's like totally out of the studio right now. Maybe his internet went out. We'll see if we can get the Buck on. I would disagree about Alabama. Again, I think Alabama's a very good football team. That defense gave up 227 rushing yards against Georgia. I know they won the game. That's all that matters. And winning at Georgia is not easy to do. Nobody had done that since 2019. But I'm still not as sold on the Alabama defense as the Buck is. And, I don't know. I don't know if Ty Simpson is quite ready for that. Ryan Williams hasn't been as good as he should be on the outside. I still think Bama's got a loss or two in them in the regular season. So I wouldn't go with the Roll Tiders, even though I think they're very good. I would probably go with Georgia to answer that question. And I know it's a team coming off a loss I know it's a team that is currently ranked 12th in this week's AP poll, but I was high on them going into the year. I still think that defense is really good. Gunnar Stockton has actually been more impressive than I thought he would be going into the year. And as long as Georgia avoids Alabama in the playoff, I think they've got a shot to make a deep run. So it's not an easy question at all. Like, I don't even know if I'd feel good about Miami winning a national championship. I think Ohio State and Oregon right now feel like the top two teams in college football. Obviously, Oregon going on the road into the whiteout and doing what they did is very impressive. Ohio State coming off what they did last year. We all saw it firsthand. That's still a really, really good football team, and I think they're getting better as the year goes along. So I think those feel like your two best as we get the Buck back here. You all right?
Yeah, man, that's the first time in 3 years.
Yeah, what was it like? I figured your internet went out and it would be a while, but his computer shut down?
No. You just blanked out. My TV, everything else is still on. I don't know what that was.
Yeah, that was weird. Okay. So you were going with Alabama as your pick.
Yep.
I was talking about like Alabama's rushing. Alabama gave up 227 rushing yards to Georgia. I'm not as sold on their defense as you are right now. They don't feel nearly as physically sound and fundamentally sound as like your Nick Saban Alabama defenses that won the national championship. I mean, I think Alabama's played two good teams, one really, really good team with Georgia, and they got ran over in both of those games by Florida State in week 1 and by Georgia this recent week.
Yeah, I mean, I think they play better defense, but one thing I do believe is they picked up the pace offensively. That's what I said. I think their quarterback, their wide receiver play, tight end play right now is at a level that as good as anybody right now, again. And the quarterback is the guy that is leading the pack. You know, I like the way he plays. You just like the way he thinks. You know, he throws a really nice ball. He takes off and he runs when he has to run. He's just doing good things on that offense. He's not doing dynamic things, but he's got the ability for his two wide receivers to do those things. You know, they add kid number 5 comes out of the backfield. He gets a lot of reverses. He makes yardages when he touches the ball.
Yeah. Yeah. No, Jeremy Bernard has been really good. He's been the best receiver on that team so far this year. You know, Ryan Williams is still a supreme talent. He hasn't gotten off to the start that I think Bama fans had hoped this year.
Is he a Bama kid? Is number 5? Is he a portal kid, or is he somebody that they picked up, in recruiting?
I actually don't. I know he was there last year.
Okay. He's just started to come along now.
No, he was there last year, but he transferred. He started at Michigan State in 2022, was at Washington in 2023, was at Bama last year and stayed at Bama.
Okay.
So, yeah, no, he's bounced around the block, but this is year 2 for him in Tuscaloosa. So, I went with Georgia as my pick. And, I think all the reasons why I had them number 1 on my SEC power rankings, our listeners just heard the spiel, so I'm not going to go down that path again. But I went with Georgia. But it's a tough exercise. Like, I think every team is flawed in college football right now. Like, I don't think you have, a stereotypical Nick Saban Alabama team this year. I don't think you have a, 2021 or 2022 Georgia team this year. I don't even think you have like a 2023 Michigan team this year. I think every team has some questions and some flaws right now that could expose them this year, and that's going to leave things wide open.
Yeah, I still think right now, after last weekend, the best team in the country. I mean, I know that people still. I still think right now. I think Oregon is the best team.
Yeah, I mean, they've looked really impressive, and they've got one of the best wins in college football.
They just look fast. They look faster than most teams right now, speed-wise, all over the field. Defense, offense, wide receivers, secondary guys, running back. They just look faster than everybody.
Yeah, they won their toughest game, too. I mean, Oregon went undefeated during the regular season last year. They were the 1 seed going into the playoff. They have a shot to do that exact same thing this year because they don't play Ohio State and they don't play Michigan in the regular season. Now, there's a very good chance we'll get that Oregon-Ohio State matchup in the Big Ten championship this year, which that could be a hell of a lot of fun. But, Oregon's got to bye this week. They've got Indiana at home next week. Indiana obviously looking really good again this season, but that's the only ranked opponent that the Ducks have remaining. So if they get by the Hoosiers, they've got a good shot to go 12-0 again going into the postseason. And they lost a lot. Obviously, they lost their quarterback, Dylan Gabriel, but Dante Moore, speaking of Heisman favorites, he is your favorite for the Heisman Trophy right now. The former 5-star who transferred in from UCLA, he has looked really, really good. And yeah, that Oregon team, they play fast. They're well coached. Their coach is doing a bunch of cocaine, and it's working out for him.
Yeah, and for me with Landing, he's kind of similar to Sark. He's like he takes a lot of fourth down chances. And he's got the horses to do it. So he'll take a lot of chances. When it's time to run the clock out, he'll throw the ball deep. He's got that kind of wide receiver and wide receiving core to do those kind of things. They make a lot of big plays, and he takes a lot of chances because he believes in his defense too.
Yeah, he does, and he should. He's a hell of a coach, and he's done a tremendous job getting that program. I don't want to say off the mat, but they just felt like they were down for a couple of years, and Dan Lanning comes in, and he's got them back at a national championship level. So,
and if it wasn't for the coach in Miami, I think they could. They've got enough power on offense and defense that they could get it done. But he's just gonna, somewhere down the line, he's gonna make a wrong call or forget that he's got a timeout available or something like that.
Not take a knee when all he has to do is take a knee to win a game. Yeah, I'm not as sold as Miami. Like there's like 3 or 4 other teams outside of the top 3 that I think I would pick over Miami to like win a national championship this year. Some of the EPA numbers, some of the analytical numbers like don't show that Miami is on the same level as some of the other top teams in college football. I'm not quite there with them yet. We'll see. I mean, they're at Florida State this weekend. If they put a whooping on Florida State, then maybe that will change my thoughts on them. But I'm not quite as high on the U as I think you are right now.
I'm the highest on Oregon right now, really.
Yeah, I think Ohio State's. If I had to pick the best team in college football, I think it's Ohio State. I was very impressed by them in week 1, and I like what they did at Washington. Like Washington threw a couple of punches early in that game.
Oh yeah, that's a tough play and a tough place to play.
Tough place to win. Ohio State was a favorite, but they were like 7 to 8 point favorites. They won that game 24-6. They didn't give up a touchdown. They gave up 1 touchdown to Texas and 0 touchdowns against Washington on the road in their 2 power games that they've played. And I don't think Washington's a pushover either. Like that's a team I think is going to win 7 or 8 games this season. They were 3-0 going into that one. So
I kind of feeling the same way about the Aggies right now.
You think A&M's on Ohio State's level?
Roll Aggies, roll, yes.
Roll Aggies?
Roll
High Aggie? Come on, you don't think they're on that tier, do you?
I think they're pretty hard to stop. I think that their offense is going to get one thing that will get better for them. I don't know if their defense will ever get better enough, BK. I think the offense will start playing a lot better than the defense has played.
Well, it's interesting.
If that offense gets going with their run game and that offensive line, that's a lot of problems for people. And what they have in the pass game. They have 2 of the best receivers right now. And the quarterback continues to mature a little bit and not make a lot of mistakes. That could be a tough team right there.
Yeah, they're a good team. And like I think the good news for the Aggies is they've shown that they can win games in multiple ways. Like that win at Notre Dame was 41-40, whatever it was. Like they couldn't get a stop to save their life. They only won that game because Notre Dame's holder couldn't field a snap on an extra point. But point is, like, their offense looked amazing in that game against a really good defensive team and a really good defensive coach on the road. That was a great showing. The next game they played against Auburn, they scored 16 points. And they won it with defense. They only gave up 10 points. They gave up 1 yard in the 4th quarter of that game.
Yeah, they're still searching. They're still searching on offense. What is it that they do best? Well, what they do best is they've got 2 running backs that can run the ball. So if they can get that going, that helps the quarterback out a lot. But they got 2 wide receivers that you can take a shot. And that Craver kid, if that guy gets the ball anytime, he's capable of going the distance.
Yeah, they've put together a really talented roster, and they do have, I think, a top 10 to 15 roster in college football.
Now, how they handle these road games, like you said, don't they go to LSU?
Yeah, they go to LSU and to Mizzou. They have 3 straight road games. One of them's at Arkansas, but at Arkansas, at LSU, at Missouri. That's coming up after 2 more home games against Mississippi State and Florida.
Yeah, I thought Mizzou was going to be kind of the sleeper in the SEC. I don't think so now.
even though
I've
they
given
haven't
up.
lost?
I've given up on Mizzou being one of
I
those
don't,
top.
I don't remember you calling them a sleeper this year, but it's weird that you're
Oh,
giving up on them after they haven't lost a game. They're 5-0, and you're done.
no, they're not going anywhere.
Okay. How's your other sleeper doing?
Oh, Clemson,
Yeah, how are they?
they're terrible.
Nice call on that one, guy.
Oh, you didn't let me do it. I couldn't call my sleeper anymore. I had to stop it.
Yeah. Oh, that's
They
why
didn't have
they're
my
losing.
backing, and that's why they are where they are right now.
I think we all thought Clemson was going to be pretty good, and they are not. They are the biggest embarrassment in the sport right now. So
They are bad.
all right, we'll take your thoughts. The code is text line 512-222-9328. If you had to pick a team outside of the top three to put money on to win the national championship this year, who would you go with? Bucky's going Alabama. I'm going Georgia. Would love to hear from y'all as well.
By the way, my new sleeper is Texas Tech.
You don't get a new sleeper.
Why can't I have Texas Tech now?
And they're ranked. They're in the top, what are they, 12, 11?
Get your guns up, baby.
You don't get to pick a team after they're off to a 4-0 start and
By the
ranked
way,
in the top 15.
they cover.
Yeah, they look pretty good right now.
They cover. They like to score points. They throw. Hey, in the fourth quarter, they're still trying to put points on the board.
The best team money can buy. Texas Tech. They're 4-0. They're at 4-0 Houston this weekend.
Boy, they're gonna maul that group at Houston. What is that line? Give me some points there. Don't tell me it's like 10 or 11 or 12.
10.5.
Oh,
They're going to maul them and you're scared of a measly 10?
no, that's going to be my big pick this week.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, Texas Tech's looking really good. They look like the best team in the Big 12 right now, but we'll see how that goes on. All right. We've got a few sponsor shout-outs to get. We still need to get to our Florida man story of the day.
Oh, yeah.
We also have some odds for who's going to be the next college football coach to get fired. Also, some odds on who Arkansas's next coach is going to be. But before we get to those stories, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Say hello to our friends at Woods Comfort Systems, folks. As I told you, the winter months just around the corner, so be ready to have your heating all prepared. Make sure that everything's cleaned out, the filters are changed for it. Although it's still nice and warm here, it's still in the 90s. Nothing has changed here, but prepare for the winter months ahead of schedule like I've done, and the folks at Woods Comfort System will come out. Their technicians will make sure everything's cleaned out, the filters are changed and ready to go. But still, even the filters need to be changed for your air conditioning. As I said, it's still in the 90s. It's still warm outside. I keep thinking winter's around the corner. I keep saying that, BK, and then it turns out 96, 95. Can't even think about winter, but it's going to come, and you want to be well prepared, and the folks at Woods Comfort Systems will make sure that happens. Also, plumbing. If you have any problems with your plumbing right now, there are leaks, let the folks at Woods Comfort Systems know. They'll get right out and get that done. I have them come out to my house 2 times a year, and I'm glad I do. They've been doing it for close to 70 years in Central Texas, and nobody does it better than Woods Comfort Systems.
Yes, indeed. WoodsComfortSystems.com is their website for more information, or you can give them a call, 512-842-5066. Also, a shout out to our friends at the Circuit of the Americas.
Oh, yeah, that's about to happen, folks.
We are into the month of October, which means, it is race month here in Austin. The U.S. Grand Prix coming up October 17th through the 19th. How about 3 concerts this year at COTA? Normally they only do 2. This year they're one-upping themselves with 3 shows. Kygo on Friday, the legendary Garth Brooks on Saturday, and Turnpike Troubadours on Sunday. 3 great musical acts. Of course, the race coming up on Sunday the 19th. You get all the practice and qualifying as well. Head over to centextickets.com to get your tickets, or just head over to circuitoftheamericas.com to get your tickets. But love our friends out at COTA. Love that weekend. I'm going to try to get out there again here in 2025.
You want to go see Garth Brooks. You want to see the country music's twice, I think 2 times entertainer of the year. He still puts on quite a show.
I do want to see the serial killer himself, Garth Brooks. And there's this big conspiracy theory, Buck. There's a 0% chance that you have heard of this, but there's like a conspiracy theory online that Garth Brooks is some kind of serial killer, who he's like Dexter in the show Dexter, where he's just gotten away with it for years and no one's been able to find him.
Like the Long Island Strangler, like that dude?
Something like that. Yep. Where people think Garth Brooks has been out murdering people in between making all of these number one hits, you know?
Well, no reason not to go see him entertain.
So I got to go see if that's true. And if you don't hear from me the following Monday, then
Garth gotcha.
You'll know I've been Garthed. But
oh my God, you watch too much Court TV.
I do indeed. But shout out to Coda. Shout out to F1 weekend.
Excited,
also,
man. This is an exciting month.
Yeah, it is.
Next week, folks, we'll be up in the Dallas area, Arlington area. Can't wait to get up there. I love to make that trek up 281. I'm going the back way. I'm not getting on I-35. Still not doing that.
Good move.
I got to stop at that little Hamlet's and have myself some breakfast, hang out with the folks back there, meet the people in Heiko and places like that.
Yeah, I like that. I think I've decided, like, wherever I live in Austin, Texas for the rest of my life, I have to be on the west side. I have to be a Mopac guy. I can't be a 35 guy.
No, it's
whether it's southwest, west, northwest, west, I don't care. I have to be near Mopac. I cannot be a 35 guy. It sucks.
Is the construction there? I mean, has it been bad for the games? I haven't heard any. Is it terrible on game day?
It's bad. I mean, it's just bad downtown, like all the time, not just on game day. It's brutal. Now.
Well, yeah. I mean, I had to go there. Like I said, going to Cisco's, I had to get on 35 and get off at 6th Street. I'm like, where am I? New York City here? Yeah, this place isn't, but so big. Where are all these people coming from?
It's bad. The construction's a nightmare. 35 is always bad, and every time they finish one spot, they start working on a different spot. So it's going to be getting worked on until, you know.
I know it's a big hub, and I know there's a lot of transportation, a lot of cocaine coming through downtown on the 18-wheelers and stuff as they're going, you know, from here to Mexico. I got that. A lot of traffic, a lot of people, you know, running guns and things like that. I don't know what you're running as you're going through I-35. But somebody's running something through there because that place is packed.
I'm running our TSU equipment through there.
Go 281. There's no gun runners up on 281.
Yeah, I don't know. You might run into some deliverance situations on 281.
Well, 281, they just don't. People are just, you know, I'm always looking for a little home there. So when my wife throws me out, like I could go live off of 281 somewhere, some little shack there. I always said, oh, that's a lovely place. I've taken my wife that way. She goes, there's not a chance in hell that I could live in one of these little spots. I said, I could live in one of those little spots off of 281.
A little
not
shanty.
A problem for me.
You'd be in a shanty out there.
Well, I'd be fine, man.
Trailer park, RV or something?
No trailer parks. No.
Okay.
No.
I've never made that drive. I should. I feel like I should make that drive with how much I complain about 35 and how much I end up sitting in traffic, especially
that's going to cost you an extra hour, almost 40 minutes to an hour.
Yeah. Well, with the traffic, though, like if there's a bad wreck on 35, then it might be the exact same amount of time.
You're right.
You never know. That's why we go up on Thursdays, too, because the Friday drive from Central Texas to North Texas is.
Well, everybody's on the move because nobody's working on Friday. There's nobody working on Friday around here. Fridays is misery. I mean, it doesn't matter. And over the next couple of weeks with ACL and everything else that's going on, Fridays, nobody goes to work.
No, not
or like you say, they go and they said, I'm going to lunch, boss. I'll see you Monday.
Yeah, and they go to Daymaker Cafe, get some drinks, and then go to ACL, and then they show up hungover on Monday.
Yeah, what is Daymaker's going to be like there for the next 2 weeks?
Oh, ACL?
Oh,
it's a great question. That'll be a madhouse there. Shout out to all of our great sponsors. All right, hey, quick shout out to Texas basketball, by the way. Sean Miller landed his first recruit for the class of 2026. 4-star wing Bo Ogden picked Texas yesterday. Ogden's from right here in Austin, plays his high school ball at Westlake, actually just transferred to Westlake, spent 3 years at St. Michael's, helped lead St. Michael's to a TAPS 6A state championship this past year, hit the game-winning shot at the buzzer with no time left to give St. Michael's the state title.
Local kids staying home, huh?
Local kids staying home. And if that last name Ogden sounds familiar, Bo Ogden is the son of Chris Ogden, who was a member of the 2003 Longhorns Final Four team. And Chris Ogden is also the general manager of the current Texas basketball team.
God, you got a kid that old?
Yeah. So probably the easiest recruitment that Sean Miller has ever had and will ever have. But Bo Ogden's a good player. He's a top 40 player in the country, top 4 player in the state of Texas in this cycle. And he's a sharpshooter, man. 6'5", about 200 pounds, but he could shoot the lights out of the gym. Yeah, I'm going to go to Westlake. I'm going to go watch a couple of Westlake basketball games this year to see what he's all about. But yeah, I mean, look, he had offers from Kansas. He did an offer from Tennessee. He had an offer from Purdue, and he ended up picking the Longhorns. So yeah, keeping the local kids home, keeping the legacies here in Austin, all very good things.
I think Garth is putting the bodies in Lady Bird Lake somewhere.
Oh, you think Garth is the Rainy Street killer? Hang on. We got to check the tour dates for Garth Brooks with the murders that have happened on Rainy Street here in the last few years. See if there's a pattern going on.
I haven't heard any bodies down there lately. That thing kind of slowed down. Once that got out, the killer started to slow up his thing,
You know who was a huge believer in that conspiracy theory?
Who's that?
Former intern Brock. He tweets at Garth Brooks like 5 times a year. Where are the bodies, Garth? I know you killed those people, Garth. Like he's a big, he might bring a sign to that concert. Says, where are the bodies?
Where are the bodies?
Oh my God. But good news for Texas basketball. By the way, we are 33 days away from Texas opening up the men's college basketball season. Remember, the Longhorns will play Duke. Duke is Duke in game 1. Technically a neutral site game, but it's in Charlotte, which is in North Carolina. So it's a road game for Texas. But they won't have to play at Cameron Indoor. I should say they won't get to play at Cameron Indoor. That's kind of a cool place.
You'd want to play. Wouldn't you want to play there?
I would love to go watch Texas play at Cameron Indoor, even though the Longhorns probably lose. That's a bucket list item for me. I think it's a bucket list item for most sports fans. And yeah, it'd be cool to get out there. But instead, they're playing in Charlotte. But what an opportunity. Obviously, we'll talk more Texas hoops as we get closer to the year. But nice pickup on the recruiting trail.
Very nice.
Sean Miller, his first big pickup from a high school recruit since taking over at Texas. All right, Buck, how about odds to be the next college football head coach to get fired?
Ooh.
You want to take a guess on who the favorite is right now out in Vegas?
It's not Kalen DeBoer. Not after that win.
He's not definitely not Alabama coach Kalen DeBoer.
Yeah, because he was like starting to head up the list for a while there. Everybody watching the Feinbaum show, they're still not sure about that guy. I still can't believe watching Feinbaum, they're still after that dude. I'm like, the guy just beat Georgia again, and you're
still after him? They're mad after beating Georgia?
Of course they are.
Oh my
God.
God.
Show is unbelievable.
You might lose that show, right?
I know. I watch it every day.
Well, Paul Feinbaum might be leaving to go run for the Senate.
That guy's not going anywhere. He's having too much fun. He doesn't want to get involved in that crap.
I don't know. He said he did. He said it himself that he's considering it. What do you got to watch?
How about our guy at Baylor? Is he next on the hit list?
He's not in the top 3.
If he doesn't make it to the Big 12 championship game?
Well, the odds don't say all of that, but
yeah.
This is current odds to be fired. The next coach to be fired. This is not just, you might lose your job at some point this season. This is
James Franklin.
No, not James Franklin either. Think SEC, Buck. I'll give you this hint. The top 3 are all in the Southeastern Conference. Oh, we've been talking about a few of them here.
No, I won't be the big boy at Tennessee.
Oh, my God. You keep thinking of good teams. Think of bad teams.
Well, Mississippi State is bad.
It's not him. They are pretty bad, but they're having a good year. So
they're having a decent year. You're right.
Who's having a bad year?
LSU.
We've talked about 2 of these coaches so much today. One of them we've talked about all week.
Not LSU. Oh, we know Billy Napier is number 1.
Billy Napier's number 2. But I'm glad you got there. Billy Napier has the second best odds to be the next head football coach fired.
I mean, that guy is so up there, I even forget about he's up there because I just figure it's happening at some point of the year. It's going to happen, but because he can't escape it with the games that he's playing.
He's plus 250, but again, not the biggest favorite right now. So there's one person ahead of him. It's not Sam Pittman. He already lost his job.
All right. Now I know Pittman's lost his.
Sorry, that was in relation to Sam Pittman, I guess. Maybe that's Mike Gundy interviewing for the job at Arkansas.
I told you he's getting that job. He's headed to Arkansas.
Oh, my God. The favorite to be the next NCAA head coach fired, Hugh Freeze.
They're going to give him another year.
Oh, my God. I mean, I hope that they do, although Texas doesn't play Auburn next year, so it doesn't matter that much to us.
I don't think he's on the hit list because he's going to come out with he's going to get a couple wins. What's their schedule like, BK?
So they're coming off of losses to Oklahoma and A&M, where their quarterback got sacked, I think, 2 million times. They have a bye this week. They host Georgia after the bye. Then they host Missouri after that. Could be 2 more losses right there.
Yeah, they'll get one of those. They'll beat Missouri.
All right. And then at Arkansas, Kentucky, at Vanderbilt, Mercer, Alabama.
Whew, Mercer. Mercer will battle them.
You're worried about Mercer?
Dude, that week 11 in the SEC, they need to really stop. That's put those games at the beginning of the season and play somebody in week 11.
It's kind of going away. I mean, well, now the SEC is going to mandate non-conference games, but also they're going to mandate that one of your non-conference games has to be against a Power 4 opponent. So
they can't keep playing Moravian College and Mercer.
They can play Mercer and Ball State in those other 2 games, but they won't get like 3 or 4 slap dicks.
Wow, that week 11. I mean, that's generally when you're on a roll too. Some would say, yeah, you could use a break from the SEC, but generally you're on a roll playing SEC, and then you go and just hammer the crap out of those teams.
Yeah, Hugh Freeze is 2-1 right now. That guy's not helping himself with all the golf that he's playing, and also Auburn's recruiting is awful right now.
It is?
Yes, I think he's trying to get fired. I really do. So he's 2-1. Billy Napier 5-2. Mark Stoops, the other SEC coach, he's 3rd on the list at 9-2 plus 450.
They're all in the SEC, huh?
Yeah, the top 3 are all in the SEC. The good news for the SEC is nobody else in the top 10 is in the conference. You know, Sam Pittman obviously was there, but he got the axe, so he's off the list. But you got Scott Satterfield at Cincinnati. They just beat Kansas. Way to go, Leipold, idiot. Luke Fickell at Wisconsin. Brett Brennan. Dabo Sweeney, 12-1. And then you got Coach Prime, 14-1.
I think Dabo will quit.
Oh, and leave that buyout behind? He can't quit.
Well, he'll leave and get some of his money, but he'll end up somewhere else.
Oh, no, he's too petty. Yeah, I guess if he gets offered a big-time job, he would take it. Maybe. But who's offering him a big-time job right now?
Kentucky.
I said big-time job, Buck.
Well, he would take that Kentucky job in the SEC.
Think he would take a SEC job?
Yeah, Kentucky.
That's interesting. Like Arkansas,
why would a place like Arkansas want him if that were to happen?
Why would he want Arkansas, though?
For some odd reason, why do I think Arkansas should be better? I mean, they got money. They got a little pride. They got a little pride there.
They do have some money, I guess. I mean, they just, they got John Calipari away from Kentucky, and they've invested a ton of money. They've got the Walmart money. They also have the Tyson chicken money up there.
Yeah, I could see Dabo going there and spending some money for them.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting. Would Dabo... We were talking about him replacing Nick Saban at Alabama at one point. Now we're talking
about that. Remember that conversation?
Taking Arkansas or Kentucky. Yikes.
Yeah, I could see him wanting to be in the SEC and battle if he's got the financial means to go get players, because he would then have to go get players.
He would have to go get players. Otherwise, he'd get canned again. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how hot of a name Dabo Sweeney is right now on the coaching circuit. He's got to show that he's willing to adapt because he's dying right now. What do they say? Adapt or die? He is dying right now.
Yeah.
And that program is dying right now. All right. Quick odds to be the Arkansas Razorbacks' next head coach. Rhett Lashley at SMU is the favorite right now at 3-1. I feel like SMU's a better job than Arkansas, don't you?
Almost.
All the money they've got in Dallas.
New
plus
president.
Yeah, it's way easier. Like, it's easier to make the playoff in the ACC than it is in the SEC.
Yeah, that'd be a rude awakening for him in the SEC, I believe.
Yeah, I don't know if he would take that, but I get Arkansas trying. Ryan Silverfield at Memphis, John Summerall at Tulane, and then G.J. Kinney at Texas State, 7-1 odds. Mike Gundy, by the way, 8-1 odds.
There you go.
So your boy Mike Gundy is
hey,
right.
Kinney leaves Texas State. Gundy takes over at Texas State. Nice.
Oh, that'd be hilarious. Oh, my God.
That would be great.
Well, Texas opens up next season against Texas State.
I know there's some fear.
Well, Mike Gundy did have Texas's number for a lot of his tenure in Stillwater. Now,
He owned all the officials then.
Yeah, the Longhorns obviously got him at the end with that 23 Big 12 title game, but some bad memories against I'm a man, I'm fired.
Yeah, I mean, that guy got $15 million. He's liable to say that's enough of coaching.
That's what I would
go
do.
To the ranch and hang out. He can survive on $15 million, right?
He'll get a job at OAN or something, or Fox
That's
News.
true.
Yeah, he'll get a gig. Someone will take him. I think he's entertaining. He is entertaining. All right, we'll get to our Florida man story in a second. Buck, what's your confidence level in your Yankees today? We started the show talking Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
Your Yankees on the brink. It's win or go home. I guess stay home for the Yankees.
That
Game
old
2
dude on the mound has been good for them.
Yeah, Carlos Rodon on the mound against Brian Bello for Boston.
Who the hell is Brian Bello? He'll get hammered. There'll be 12 runs by the Yankees today. Judge will quit hitting singles up the middle.
After one run yesterday, you're saying 12 for the Bombers today?
Yeah, the Yankees will bomb that group today.
The Yankees are done. Sox in 2.
No way.
Yeah, Boston's going to get it done.
The only one that's getting it done today are that team out in L.A.
Yeah, the Dodgers are going to take care of business against Cincy
the
today.
L.A. Dodgers, what L.A. stands for, right?
Loser Avenue. Oh, Los Angeles. Oh, where UCLA plays. Oh, that's what.
Yeah, who's getting that gig?
I haven't seen any odds for the next UCLA head coach, but
dude, I wish I would have stayed in coaching. I'd have loved to have worked my way to that gig. What a place! What a place to be stuck.
Los Angeles,
and where that campus is.
Let's see. All right, here's some quick odds. Oh my God! So this is from September 15th. I guess this is like right after they fired Deshaun Foster. You know who's the favorite to be the next UCLA head coach?
Oh no.
John Gruden. And Coach Prime is number 2.
Oh, don't do it to yourself.
That would be something right there. Gruden's dying to get back into coaching. Gruden would walk on glass for an SEC gig. I don't know if he'd do that for UCLA. I think he would probably take it if he was offered. But like if Arkansas or Kentucky or Florida, if any of them offered John Gruden a gig, he would do anything.
You know who take that chance? Why wouldn't Florida take that chance?
Because they're Florida. You don't take chances when you're Florida.
Well, you don't have to, but if that guy talking about recruiting and going to your house,
like Texas, when Texas screwed up the whole Charlie Strong. The whole athletic department was a disaster at that point. But like when Texas got Tom Herman, he was the guy to go get. Didn't work, of course. But like that was the hot coaching. People felt like he was about as sure of a thing as you could have possibly got.
Nobody knew he was an idiot.
Right. I mean, LSU was trying to hire. There was like a bidding war between Texas and LSU. There were 2 blue bloods going after him. So like that, you don't, when you're a place like that, you don't take chances on guys who have been out of coaching for a long time.
Didn't Texas at that time have an interim AD at that time, Mike?
Mike Perrin was the guy?
Yeah. Hey, Nice guy like Sam Pittman, but he didn't know what he was doing.
I think if you're Arkansas, I think you could take a little bit more of a risk like that. But if you're a blue blood, you just tried it with a Fun Belt coach. I feel like you got to try to go get something who's very proven if you can, if that guy exists. That's why, Lane Kiffin's the guy that they're talking about. Like, you try him over John Gruden, don't you?
Lane Kiffin isn't leaving Mississippi now. He's
Yeah,
making
maybe
a
not.
lot of money. He's got his daughter hanging out with other guys from other teams.
So that's why he's staying?
He's staying.
Oh, man. All right. Quick shout out.
He talked about that kid after the game. That was kind of cool. He said he's just wanted to find out if he was coming over to the house.
Oh, I didn't hear that. That kid threw up on the field during the game. Did you see that?
Yeah, he was worried about him. Lane Kiffin was worried about him. Said, I wonder how he is. He goes, I don't know if he's coming over to the house. Don't bring your sickness over to the house.
The up-tempo offense got him a little bit. He yacked in the middle, not in the middle of a play, but in between plays, just in the middle of the field. It's like, damn. All right, quick shout out.
I've never yacked on the field.
You never did?
I never yacked. No, even in running sprints and all that stuff in high school. I've never thrown up on the football field through my mask or taking my helmet off. Nah.
Yeah, I
never shard or peed or any of that stuff. I made it pretty good.
Never shit yourself on the field?
No, or peed in my pants.
It's good.
Thank you.
Did you ever do that on the sideline, or were you able to make it to the locker room every time?
No, all that stuff stopped once you hit the field. You were so nervous. You had everything was blocked.
Everything was clenched up real tight.
Oh, yeah. All my stuff was all tight.
Nothing getting out there, huh?
No.
All right. I like that. Quick shout out to Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you could find here in the state of Texas. Another great football
You can't have any of that, by the way, right now.
No,
with your body.
Probably not a good idea for me to have the Altstadt right now. But
we can. Everybody else can.
Yep. And this weekend, I'll be good to go for the weekend. ACL, football, there's going to be some Altstadt consumed. The best beer that there is Altstadt Beer. All right. Let's get to this Florida man story that we have.
All right.
And there is a little bit of an accompanying video with today's Florida man story as we continue to get people excited and ready for Texas's first road game in the state of Florida since 2007. We could bring on the boys from Chaos Theory for a little crosstalk here as we get into this one. Bucky, you've told me, and I think you've told all of us a number of times before, that like one of your goals every day is to not go to jail. Do I have that right?
Oh yeah. To not have my freedoms taken away from me. That's it. Not go to jail. Yes.
That's like every morning when you wake up, that's basically what you strive to do every day, right?
Yeah. I strive not to go to jail. Yes.
Well, it feels like a rational thought, but Florida man does not agree.
Of course he doesn't.
How about this story from 2015, a decade ago? Deputies, Vero Beach, Florida man, high on Flocka, tries to break into jail to visit friends.
What?
A Vero Beach man, allegedly high on Flocka, is accused of ramming his car into the Indian River County Jail and scaling a fence in an attempt to break in and visit his friends.
Dukes of Hazzard, man. Dukes of Hazzard.
Flocka is Flocka.
Well, yeah, what is Flocka?
A skinny woman.
Some sort of Waka Flocka flame is all I know about. Some sort
that's
of
a typical Florida man look right there.
Now here's 24-year-old Patrick Rempe, who drove his car into the front doors of the jail, barely missing a deputy who was standing outside. Authorities said Rempe then slammed his car into a fence, got out, and tried to scale the fence before becoming entangled in the
barbed
wire.
Oh
yeah, the barbed wire at the top.
Oh, come on, man.
He admitted to deputies that he was, quote, high on Flocka, and said that he just wanted to visit his friends who were in the jail, end quote.
You mean
why would you
say family? Why would you say friends? Just say family.
Yeah, really.
Would that have been better if he's visiting his family in the jail?
Yeah, his friends that's family. That's not friends. That's just family members.
So here's the video. There's no sound here. It's not it's just the surveillance camera of like the front of the police station. And you can see on the right side, there's the guy trying to drive his car right into the front doors. of the police station.
Are you kidding me?
You see that?
Yes.
And then you see the smoke start to pop up here, but eventually you'll see the car go away because he backs the car up and then he goes and rams it into the fence to try to break down the fence. And he realizes he can't get through there. That's when he gets out of his car and starts climbing the fence, and that's when he gets stuck in the bar.
Somebody owes him money.
Liar.
Gee, yeah, that's what it is. Somebody owes him something.
He needs more Flaca. Or what's Flaca? What is that drug?
A skinny woman, La Flaca, like Flaco. Yeah, I don't know what Flaca is.
Wags, you're the drug expert. What is that stuff?
That might be
Wags. Wags, you're the drug addict. What is that stuff?
I don't know what Flaca is.
According to DEA.gov, boy, now they're coming after me because I'm looking up this. Flaca is a dangerous drug that is similar to the street drug commonly known as bath salts.
What?
Bad Bunny?
White or pink in color and found in crystal form. The effect on the body, paranoia and hallucinations that may lead to violent aggression and self-injury. Overdose and death have also been linked to the use of this drug.
So it's like crystal meth.
Coca-Cola?
Yeah. It's like, a little bath salts, boys. You're injecting yourself or snorting up some bath salts.
Bed Bath and Body Works.
That's why I had to have Mike McCall come get rid of my tub. I was tired of taking those tubbies like that. You know what I mean? Had to get a shower.
Too many bath salts in there.
Too many bath salts in there.
Florida man.
By the way, the charges for Rempe, again, this is a decade ago. The charges were aggravated assault on a law enforcement officer, battery on a law enforcement officer. He didn't really hit him. 3 counts of felony criminal mischief, leaving the scene of a crash with property damage. Remember, because he drove into the doors and then left. Driving under the influence and possibly more.
Wow.
I'm going to say possibly a lot more.
Yeah. Could be. This guy could still be in jail, even though this happened in 2015.
Yeah. What county was this in, BK? Or
this
does it
is, let me see. I think I mentioned it earlier. This is Vero Beach.
Beach.
It is Indian River County, Florida. The man
Vero Beach isn't a bad little area.
That's what I was going to say. That's kind of a cool, I could get like Pensacola or something like that. Sorry, that's an example I always use. I've been there and seen some bad shit, but Vero Beach, that's kind of weird.
Yeah. So, hey, he was just trying to go see his friends. Like, we would do a lot to go visit our friends, right?
Hey, yeah, I would do that. They don't even show you where when he got off that fence, they beat the living hell out of him. Them cops beat his, they beat that fool down.
It's like all their aggression on that dude.
They cleaned him up pretty nice. He doesn't have a bunch. It looks like acne on his face more than anything. It doesn't look like he's too beaten and bloodied in this mugshot, right?
Yeah, they beat that. They took those batons out and beat him off that fence when he was hung up in there. They were slamming his ass.
Maybe they waited. Maybe they waited a couple of days before taking that mugshot, so all the injuries could.
Oh yeah.
Up. Okay, look at this. One more picture, guys. This is also in the story. This is, I guess, legit. Here's the guy. Here's him stuck on the fence. There's like 6 cops hanging around.
That is not real.
They all pose for a picture.
That guy took he took a beating.
Quick, pose for the picture before we kick his ass.
Yeah.
That is AI. That is AI generated.
It's like hell in the cell.
Wags, this article's 10 years ago. AI was that even a thing in 2015?
I don't think so.
This is a real picture.
He was still playing basketball back then.
Look at him perfectly set up like this. This is no way that this happened like
They said he got entangled in the barbed wire. It looks like a guy who's entangled in the barbed wire.
With Jada Pinkett Smith, he's entangled? What's going on here?
They then after they took that photo, just get out there magic wands and start just hammering his legs.
Like Shawshank Redemption.
Brother.
What is that an Oldsmobile? What type of car is that? That is 10 years ago.
Yeah, it didn't say in the story what.
That looks like what did that used to be called? Like a Geo? No, not a Geo. Damn it, I can't think of what those things were.
Pinto?
No, looks like a Pinto.
No, those blew up. Those are the ones that used to blow up. Remember those, Buck? The gas tank would explode.
It would explode the minute it hit the window at the jail.
Yeah,
that's a Saturn. That's a Saturn.
That's a Saturn. That's what that is.
Saturn?
That's a Saturn. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, this guy he was listening to too much Waka Flocka Flame music, and Just wanted to go, like, we would move mountains for our friends. We've all traveled across the country, across the world to go visit friends. This guy's just trying to go to the local jail to say what's up to his boys. What's the deal?
No.
I'd do that for y'all.
I would do that, man. Pour one out.
I don't go visiting people in jail. You get to jail, sorry, you get no visits.
Yeah, you're a stain on our society. If you
what I'll do is you tell me the address of the jail, I'll send you something for a pack of smokes. That's about it.
You know what I'll send to you when you're in jail?
These nuts.
That's what you're getting.
If you're in jail, you don't fit our company standard. Ain't that right?
That's true.
Oh, well done, sir.
Oh, boy.
Well done. All right. We'll have more Florida man stories the rest of the week.
We got to get a Florida woman in there. There's, she's out there too.
Wags, you and Rodney will be on for us tomorrow morning. You guys may have to carry the load with the Florida man story.
That's right.
Yeah, dude, and sorry about this morning, man. I thought I hit play and it said connecting, but I guess it didn't go through and I didn't get on the app. And I went right in the fucking bathroom and I got this thing going on with my eye this morning, man.
Look out, man.
It's not pink eye. It's like it's probably a dog hair or something. But it's so irritating, dude. I can't flush it or anything. It keeps popping up.
Have you been playing tonsil hockey with Jerry Jones or something? Did you get his STD?
I don't know. Did you see how he looked the other night?
He's got AIDS.
He's got something on his mouth.
He had some type of canker sore.
That's herpes, dude.
Yeah, that looked bad. Yeah, it's like right there. That's all I could look at.
Well, isn't herpes a canker sore a form of herpes?
It is. It's just, he's just been going. He's been going mouth to mouth with the Harry Hines witch.
He's just been going down on people, Buck.
You've been at the Harry Hines too long. Jerry Jones is about to have another newborn, and that'll be he just keeps making history, having babies at 90. Oh my God.
All right.
It's don't right there. I can feel it like wanting to come out, but it's not coming out.
Well, let me know. Let us know if you need
filthy fingers in there. You've been touching all kinds of stuff.
I know. Like I've been trying to use my shirt, and here I am
with himself,
my fingernails and shit, trying to dig it out.
Oh my God.
It's just irritating. That's all.
It's a ball hair that you have in there. You were touching yourself, and then you rubbed your eye, man.
Pee on everything. Peeing on everything helps.
Well, I tried, especially when I'm in the shower, I try to hold the hose up and get it all the way up in the air, and then have it trickle down on me. But not big enough, Bucky. I'm not big enough.
Just pee in your face.
Piss my I got to get excited for that. So
throw it over your shoulder. Piss on your back, dude. Watch your back.
Yeah, we got a lot going on here in midlife crisis.
Hey, don't forget which comfort system does plumbing, Wags. Just call them. Then you help
a classic self golden shower. There's nothing better.
Yeah, that
nothing better than that, man. What's better than that? Nothing golden.
Everything I've had that's had an illness, I've always pissed on it, and it went away.
Dude, I pissed on my feet all the time. I use soap after I piss on them, but
of course you do. Baton Rouge Wags. Of course you pee on your feet.
I piss on the toilet seat.
Hey, military feet, baby, military feet.
Oh man! All right.
I have to lift that seat up, and then I have to clean over the top. And I can't, in my house, what I can't do is I can't pee and not flush. If I pee and forget to flush, like, hey, I'll be back there in 10 minutes to pee again, I get hammered for that. Like at night, my wife comes in the middle of the night. I'm like, she goes, "Did you flush the toilet?" I'm like, I'm going to get up here another hour and go pee again. She goes, "No, you get up and go in there and flush that thing." It's like 2 a.m. I'm like, dude,
the same shit. I've been going at I think I've been going like maybe 45 minutes, of the past couple of weeks. So I've been letting it mellow, right? And Katie's just like, this ain't the 50s. We got good plumbing. You ain't got to let it mellow. You know what I mean? I'm just like, Katie, what's the point?
Mellow yellow
in 30 minutes.
I get that, Wags. I get hammered for that. It's the middle of the night. I don't want to make any sounds. I know I'm coming back. It's just pee. But I get waking up.
I'm coming back in 15 minutes. I'll flush it then.
I don't want to wake people up if I flush the toilet. I don't want any sounds.
I
don't hear it.
Just
That's just it. If I flush the toilet, I wake the effing dog up, and then I got to take the dog out. You know what I mean? Because she's got to pee every 30 minutes too. So we're struggling here at Casa de Wagner.
Let me just say this: women are weird. That's a weird deal.
Yeah,
That's like making up the bed. That's like the 30 pillows that are on my bed right now. 35 pillows. I'm like
35 pillows.
Who's coming over?
We had a deep cleaning done a while back, and just to kind of like once we lost our big dog to kind of get all the dog hair out. The girls are grown up, so it's like let's get the house deep cleaned by a professional. And Tracy's like, you need to go down to that bathroom downstairs where you take a shit at all the time. She said, and you need to clean the bottom of the seat. And I'm like, well, they're coming to clean. And she's like, I don't want them to see that down there.
That's what they do. That's their job.
Yeah, I said that's their job.
Now, see,
like,
I'm on board with this one here, guys. My wife does it. So, like, we order maid services, then we pre-clean for the maid services.
Yeah,
so they don't think that we're that dirty.
Yeah. She's like, clean it before they get here. I said, that's it. They have stuff to clean that I don't. I'm going to use spick and span or whatever.
I'll just go all the way instead of doing halfway, and you pay me.
Go ahead, BK. Do it. Just go ahead and say I do, and everything will change.
Flush your piss, boys. I don't want to be smelling your asparagus piss in the middle of the night. All right. No. Flush. I'm on your wife's sides with this. That is peace.
The
smell
door is shut. It's just
smell.
BK,
but when it's only it really when you're hydrated and it's white and it's clear rather, and it's not like all
right,
Tom Herman. Right,
yeah. Like Gatorade coming out.
15 minutes, you're coming right back in 15 minutes. You can flush it then.
Yeah,
when it's clear, it doesn't stink.
That lime Gatorade that comes out sometimes
right.
smell like bread.
Now the neon orange shit that's gonna blow up. Yeah, you got to flush that every time.
That's a crack in the
all
toilet.
Right, I gotta get out of here.
See y'all later.
It's like that's not piss. That's kryptonite.
That's something, man. Yeah. So double R man, apologies, dude. I might have my finger in my eye all damn.
That's all right, man.
Here, dude.
Hey, could be a new
bit. Finger in something else, then, huh?
Hey, you just keep your fingers to yourself. Don't be reaching through that screen right there.
If I ask to put my finger in your belly button, would you let me?
Absolutely. And then I want you to smell your finger.
You are my partner in crime. What's up? Welcome in, everybody, to another chaotic edition of Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. You can hit us up on our socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wags on Twitter, brand X, and then I'm at the Wagner Wire on InstaFace. My partner in crime is the Rodney R on brand X /Twitter, and then the _ Rodney R on InstaFace. Smash that subscribe button if you haven't done so already, and then also hit us up on that coded text line 512-222-9328. All right, buddy. Go ahead. Take it away, man. Where are we going?
See, I've got we have a water closet, but what happens to me is because I'm the same way. I've gotten to where it's like I lay down 45 minutes. I got to get up and go take a squirt. And then it kind of stretches itself out, as the evening goes. But what happens is I go in the water closet and then we have the thing where the towels are hanging. I run into that. So that's going to
what's the difference between a water closet and a pisser?
The water closet is it's like a closet, but the toilet's in there to where you have a wall in between where you can close it. It's like your own closet, but the shitter's in there to where it's not a continuous part of the bathroom. You know what I mean?
So it's just like it's its own little
room.
Okay. No, we don't have one of them.
Yeah, I have one of them.
So we had a water closet, or I guess we had a water closet in our old house.
Yeah.
But
yeah. That I run
like
into
it was separate. It was separate from the shower. Like it was in the shower, but it was separate from the shower. It had its own little door, and it didn't have. I don't know. Yeah. I thought it was actually a bad design, to be honest with you. I thought it was terrible.
They're good. They're bad, kind of depending where it's at. But yeah, either I hit that towel thing that's hanging, or I run into one of the doors, or I run into the bedpost. So I'm still going to wake somebody up. Usually, like you said, the dog. And the dog's like,
and that's just once you wake one dog up, the other dog wakes up, and then it's just a chain reaction, and then you're up for another 15 to 20 minutes because you got to let the dog. Especially in my situation now with the hole in the middle of the yard, like it's dangerous to let the dogs out there by themselves. So you got to go out with the dogs and shit. So
yeah. By the way, speaking of dogs, I've got a friend of ours that checks into the show sometimes. She kind of likes our humor, and she's going through a rough morning. She's got a longtime pup that won't be with us.
Well, my heart's with you. Because you guys know that I love dogs more than I like people. They're always there for you when you come home, and it sucks that you're gonna lose your dog. It really does. Hopefully, you can find another dog from a good rescue place or a rescue shelter that can warm up your heart that needs a home too. So that just sucks, man. Like
Yeah.
we're getting ready to go through the same thing. We're gonna lose Bianca here soon, and
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna be a mess after that. So
Oh,
she's my
dude.
girl, man. Like I love Rockstar. Rocky's amazing, right? He is. They're all different. They all got their different personalities, right? But Bianca's the queen. Like she's just when she goes, man, it's gonna be.
Oh, I know.
The country will sing to her praises.
Yeah. In about 40 minutes, my friend's going to lose her longtime companion.
My heart goes out for you guys.
It sucks. It absolutely sucks. But so we get day 2, Wags. We get day 2 of continuous baseball all day long.
How about the matchups last night, or I guess all throughout the day yesterday?
Really, the only one, and I figured it would be really the only
Dodgers.
The Dodgers, yeah, that one kind of sucked. I mean, the Yankees. I'm like, dude, why are you taking Max Fried out? And I get it, 102 pitches, 6 in the third.
You're trying to preserve him for the post, right?
Yeah, that's what kind of sucks now. And I was thinking about that yesterday because you see like all those stats where it's like Nolan Ryan on this day pitched 9 innings, 168 pitches, and it's like I totally get preserving the arm and everything.
Well, I think so. For me, I don't. I think they want to preserve the arm too, but I also want the question for me, right, with preserving the arm is like how much do you put strain on the bullpen when you go when you go in relief? That like because the postseason you need your relievers like that. It's paramount, right? Like if you a day 3 guy is also paramount, but if you have the closers, if you have the rotation, or just I guess the combined effort of the bullpen that's able to go distances into the postseason, it's gonna fare more advantageous for you, right? Like especially if that's just baseball 101. If you don't put strain on your bullpen, you're gonna be in a better shape for when you have to use your bullpen in the latter portion of the World Series or the postseason play. It's baseball 101, man.
Yeah, and for the Yankees, I mean, this is just another Aaron Boone pitching decision to where it's like, dude, what are you doing? I mean, and essentially, I mean, that guy comes out of the game and you lose. I mean, you come out and your pen, as we say on this show, famously, shit the bed, and you're down and you're on the verge of staying home.
And it's a 3-game series, right? Yep. Like you need both of them. You take these 2 and then you get a rest, and then worry about your bullpen or worry about, getting your arms a little bit of reprieve then, right? Like, but ultimately you have to survive in advance. Like that you got to take care of business. You got to take care of day 1, Boone.
That's
right.
right.
Like that's the ultimate thing. Like now you put yourself in so much more of a disadvantage because not only did you utilize your arm, but you also lost the game too, and you're down 0-2. You're down 1 game. So you got to win them both now. So you can't lose anymore.
And like Steven says, I mean, you're going to preserve him for what? When pitchers and catchers report.
Right.
I mean, because that's essentially what you've done, and I think the Yankees are done. To be honest with you, I thought this one may go 3. Now I don't think so. I think it's done. And
I don't know. I mean, it's 1 game, so we'll see. Yeah. That's why we got to play them today too. So
and that was the good thing about yesterday. You had Scooble, you had Snell. I mean, even Matthew Boyd from the Cubs. I mean, it was watching some good pitching yesterday, but. Yeah. Do it all again today, man. Do it all again today. So,
who's the probables for today? You're gonna have to. I can't see past 3 feet. So
yeah, no, I haven't even looked at that yet. So anyway, yeah.
Like,
so
I gotta pull it up. It's just everything's a blur. Like I can't see out of this eye, bud.
Oh man,
everything's
not
just
good,
glossy.
dude. That's not. So when did that start?
About 3 in the morning. I woke up to take Bianca out, and then all of a sudden it felt like a sty or it felt like an eyelash or whatever just got in my eye, and it lodged shut. And then it started like I knew something was in there because it started to seep, right? Like I started to get fluid coming out of the eyelid and out of the top of the eye. So I knew it had to have something in there. So I just wanted to keep it shut as long as I could and let it flush out naturally. And then it still hasn't exactly worked itself out yet, but I don't know. Now we can open, like we've had a lot more progress. Like I couldn't even open it earlier. Like it was that frustrating, man. Just a pain in the ass, man. I hate this stuff.
Dude, that's not good.
And somebody says it's because of my long eyelashes.
Ooh. Look at you. Look
because
at you.
of my long eyelashes.
So.
I don't know if you can tell, but I do have very long eyelashes.
Well, you do. Yeah, I like that.
L'Oreal has called me up before.
Nice.
Mary Kay, Mac, a lot of these companies said, hey, the times are changing, the times wild. We would love for you to be an eye mascara makeup.
Mary Kate
products, Mary Kate and Ashley. Unfortunately, it hasn't been Elizabeth, which is the better, I guess the best sister.
Wasn't that one lady? Wasn't that lady named Mary Kate Letourneau? Wasn't she the one that was like a teacher that was having
Rodney? I have no idea what you're talking about.
It was a long time ago. It was like one of the first times that a teacher.
No idea what you're talking about, buddy.
Yeah. So for Boston and the Yankees, it looks like Brian Bello against the old man Carlos Rondon.
Ooh, Rondon's on the bump tonight, huh? Or today?
Yeah, not bad there. That could be a good matchup. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it does go 3. I don't know. Casey Mize against Tanner Tibby. Dylan Cease, Andrew Kittredge.
All right. That's the Friars and
the Friars and the Cubs. Yeah, I think really of all of them. I mean, the Reds. Like I was saying yesterday, the Reds. It's like what are they doing there? I mean, I get it. When Ohtani,
they got a high-powered offense, right? But it's just too few and far between. And in terms of baseball, when you're playing a game of failure, you can't have that. You got to have continuity in your lineup, man.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you one thing. When Ohtani, as much whether you like Ohtani or not, you sit there and you watch that dude. When he jacked that first home run, I'm like, holy smoke! And that's what we said yesterday. Is this when the Dodgers come alive in the postseason?
Right. It's just like, hey, man, we let the field play and hang around with us for, the remainder of the season or the better portion of the season. But hey, it's time. You guys are remember that you guys are Major League All-Stars. Let's turn it on here. That's exactly that was the conversation that happened last night.
Yeah, absolutely. See, CB knows it all. Mary Kay Letourneau, that's who that was. She was. It was her and Billy Ballou or something like that. They got married. I mean, this affair started while he was her student. It started. She went to the prison. She went to the Gray Bar Hilton, and came out, and they got married and had kids.
Is this a Florida man story?
No, this was somewhere up north, I think. So, but that was a real thing, man. So I guess it was true love because it worked out all those years later, and then I guess she died in 2020. So I guess it didn't work.
Hey, real quick before we get going on the rest of the sports, can I tell you that I've been watching? First off, 2 new shows.
All right.
I guess it's not really new shows. One new show and then a show that I picked up. That's been out for a while. It's been on HBO. But first and foremost, it's called Task. It's on HBO. It's got this. You guys have asked me about my crazy accent, like my weird Maryland accent from time to time, and like you've never heard it before. Well, you hear it a lot in this episode, or not episode, but this series. It's called Task with Mark Ruffalo, and I forget the other supporting characters in it, but they have a Delaware County, Maryland, Philadelphia accent in this, and it's very thick. It reminds me of home, and it like the people around it in the area is basically where I'm from. So if you haven't seen it yet, I advise you to check it out. It's pretty damn cool. It's Task, short for task force, right? They're tracking a gang of bikers and just the robberies that have been going around, and drug deals that have been going around the area or whatnot. And Mark Ruffalo is a FBI agent, and he's been struggling in the field for a time, but now he's trying to I guess reinvigorate his career and I guess trying to walk a straighter path. But he's got some struggling demons, and he's got some family problems too that he's working with, but it all comes together, and it's a great series. You guys should check it out. It is Task. I think it's on episode 5 or 4 right now.
Yeah.
So
that's awesome.
Make sure you check the FBI Task Force. Yeah. It's not FBI Task Force. They're just like they're a task unit. Like they're doing a hit on somebody. So check it out. And then also I've been watching Winning Time. Have you seen this?
Is that a sports
on
flick?
HBO? It's about do you know what I'm talking about? Winning Time?
Mm-mm.
All right, so it's about the Lakers, the NBA LA Showtime Lakers. Got John C. Reilly as Jerry Buss.
John C. Reilly. That's Shake and Bake, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Shake and Bake.
That's Shake and Bake.
Who's the guy? Adrian Brody plays Pat Riley.
I know who that is.
You know who Adrian Brody, the pianist? The pianist?
Yeah.
He plays Patrick Riley. Jason Isaacs. Jason Isaacs plays Jerry West.
I know
it's great. It's fantastic. Like it's pretty damn good, man. I haven't seen Larry Bird into the picture yet. I'm only on episode 4 with this. But Magic just got to I guess Palm Springs, and they're doing LA rookie camp.
Oh shit! I'll check that out.
I will check that out. That's on HBO too. It's called Winning Time. That's the story of the Showtime Lakers. But it's showing like a young Jeannie Buss, like not Jeannie Buss in real life, but how Jeannie Buss got her start in the league, or
who plays her
in the franchise. I don't know who plays her.
Okay,
I can't remember. But Nixon's son plays him. And he's kind of reprising that role. So
Norman Nixon.
It's a very fun show to check out if you haven't seen it yet.
Yeah. Hey, and I will tell you people too, as long as we're here talking about shows and films, if you get a chance when the new Keanu Reeves movie comes out, Keanu Reeves, Seth Rogen,
John Wick 7,
huh?
Is it John Wick 7? Another John Wick movie?
No, maybe it is. It's called
Ballerina.
It's called Good Fortune. When that comes out, it's got Seth Rogen and Siri, that guy Ansari, whatever his name is. Kiki Palmer's in there from the Disney show or Disney Channel. Sandra Oh. Good Fortune. It's hilarious. It's another one of those movies. I think it comes out in mid-October. My wife is in some Cinemark club, and we got to go free screen it the other day.
Oh, you screened special seats, special screening.
We got free screening, and had to fill out a Google form at the end.
Look at that! They always get you with something, right?
Yeah.
I'll check it out. Good Fortune, but
Good Fortune, and you will laugh your ass off the entire time. It's one of those movies I talk about that's so stupid you can't help but like it.
Sure.
But it does have some good. It does have some good stuff to it. So yeah, check it out. Really good.
Gotcha.
Stuff.
No, Good Fortune. I'll put that one on the list here. But
Keanu Reeves pretty good. Keanu Reeves is pretty good.
Yeah. Winning Time, right? Like I guess I'm just seeing now that it got canceled. Like the show got canceled, so they're not going to continue it. But from hearing this and watching it now, I can see I can see why, right? Like the writer did not hold back. The writer did not leave you any room for imagination. Like he put it all right there for you. If something was mentioned, in a story or whatever, or maybe in a pastime, the writer made sure that he put it into that scene. Like
that's the problem.
It's a very graphic show, right?
Yeah, that's the problem, Wags. It's too realistic. That's not what we want.
It's very I wasn't alive during that time, but it seems like it was very true to form, or it feels like it's very true to form. Like the way that I've heard stories been told about Magic arriving in LA, that's kind of what you're seeing, man. And orgies and sex parties and all types of shit. Like Rodney, this is right down your alley, big cat.
Yeah, it means it's like the 90s Cowboys, man. I remember that was such a cool time for basketball, because I was around for that. And what you would have to do, Wags, is it was on CBS. You'd have to wait around.
There was only one good team though, right? It was the Celtics until the Lakers came around.
Lakers and the Celtics, and then like once Philadelphia kind of got a little run, and San Antonio was kind of thinking about pulling their little pee out at that point. But it was like you had to stay up, and like at 10:30, the CBS broadcast starts of NBA playoff basketball, and you're sitting there. I mean, it's what we do now. It's what we do now. But it was just totally different back then, because you couldn't watch basketball in prime time or anything. You're sitting around waiting, trying to stay awake, and then boom, you're up to 1 o'clock in the morning, and you've got Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, all these guys. It's like that became legendary that you're watching in the dark. It was amazing.
Now they don't even have James Worthy yet. So James is coming in the next. James is coming in the next couple of years or in the next draft. I'm hoping that season 2 shows James Worthy. I seriously doubt that it does if it's only 2 years. But that really sucks too, because like 2 good shows on HBO only got 2 seasons. Rome, one of them, right? Rome was fantastic, but I guess you can only kind of carry out Rome so far, until you get to the fall of of Caesar and then Octavian. But anyways, I guess, or hell, you could go even down the list of Roman empires if you really wanted to. But anyways, I digress. Only 2 seasons. That's kind of a disservice in my opinion. But after the first 5 episodes, Rodney, it's must-watch TV in my opinion.
And you know how much fun Magic was having back then?
Too much.
He's got AIDS.
Too much.
He's got AIDS.
But damn, man, some of these girls that shit,
right?
Man, it's a wild show, bro. Wild show.
Yeah, it's something else. It's something
Anyways,
else.
where do you want to go next, man?
Can
I use the bathroom? Can you do some?
Yeah, I'm gonna do the reads because we got some breaking.
Let me
we got some breaking news in the NFL, so we got to talk about that. That's coming up. But first, we're going to talk about Covert BK.
You see Covert everywhere. That personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Thank you, Miss Hayden. Thank you, Mr. Dan. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Also, friends, I'm telling you, yesterday, it was the perfect day for me. Couldn't go anywhere in my work vehicle because it's in the shop getting some maintenance done. So I was stuck at home all day watching MLB baseball. And I'm stuck again because it's not going to be ready until late this afternoon. Don't tell anybody. I'm going to be glued to my audiovisual consultation setup in the audiovisual consultation studio. And you need to be doing that too. If you don't have it yet, you've got the MLB playoffs. You've got NASCAR playoffs, Formula One, for crying out loud, coming up at Circuit of the Americas as they work towards that world championship that won't be won by Red Bull this year. You can watch all of that along with the NFL, the NBA, and just about anything else. You want to watch these shows that we're talking about on the Netflix and on the HBO. You do it on your AV consultation studio. And it's hockey season. The puck is dropping. The puck is about to drop. And you got to have that AV consultation.
This is The Kid with Audiovisual Consultations.
And I'm Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
And we wanted to prepare you for another incredible season of sports. Football is upon us.
And hockey season is upon us too.
And everyone here at AVC wants to make you feel like the real winner, even if your team doesn't make it to the playoffs.
Well, I know you're not talking about the Stars, so you must be talking about your Bruins. You're going down this year, kid. It's numbers game. Just check the stats.
Well, why not check ours? AVC has been servicing homes and businesses with surveillance, sound, and visual setups for almost 40 years, and we've never come in second place.
That's right, kid.
If you want to ensure a win this season, call Audiovisual Consultations. We've got a roster of cool stuff, and we're ready to play.
Just give us a call at 512-255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
Even if your team doesn't take home the cup this season, remember to hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want. That's 512-255-8678.
That's right. avconsultations.com. Check them out today, and you can have the setup that we have. One of a kind. Also have to tell you, if you live like the Florida men that we have been talking about, if you live on the edge and you get yourself into these predicaments, if you get yourself in pickles, I want you to put this number in your phone right now. Stop what you're doing. I love doing that like the weather. Stop what you're doing right now. Take out your cell phone, and I want you to type in 512-938-8929 and label that Hurricane Hecht. That's Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney right here in Austin, a proud Texas Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans. He's not just a lawyer, friends. He's a Longhorn through and through, and he brings that same fire and pride into the courtroom. Injured in a car accident, hurt on the job, random dog bite, you're Florida man and you do dumb shit. Ryan Hurricane Hecht is your guy to call. Call him. He's been fighting for justice and big results for over a decade, and you don't pay unless you win. No retainers, none of this happy horse shit that you see from some of those people on TV, jumping on buildings, driving around in Mercedes and all that, doing podcasts with 10-year-old kids. No, none of that. Just results. That's all you get. Aggressive in court, compassionate with clients, Austin-based and Texas proud. Friend of the show, fighter for the people. Don't let those big insurance companies push you around. Let Hurricane Hecht blow their case wide open. Again, call him today at 512-938-8929. You can also email him at ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Tell him you heard about him right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Right.
How you doing, man? How's that eyeball? You still got it in there?
It's strong. I feel it's still shit's in there, man.
No, that's not good. Here we go.
Breaking news.
The breaking news. The Cleveland Browns have benched Joe Flacco Joe Flacco will not be the starting quarterback when they travel to I don't know where, out of the country to take on Minnesota. The keys have been handed to Dillon Gabriel.
Oh shit! I was well.
No, yeah, right. It's like, see,
we're almost there. We're almost there.
It's getting close. We played that sound yesterday with Sexy Rexy, and I saw that today. It's like change a quarterback at Cleveland. Nope, Dillon Gabriel.
I read somewhere that the Ravens were about to select Shedeur Sanders when the Browns up and drafted him. So, I mean, I want to see the Browns get to Shedeur Sanders sooner than later. I'm not a fan of Dillon Gabriel. I think everybody knows that. I'd much rather see Shedeur Sanders at the helm. But yeah, if you're gonna go this route, right? Like we saw the Giants kind of hand the keys over already to Jackson Dart. Sure. I guess rip the Band-Aid off and let's see what you have now, rather than later, right? And go through. I guess you can go through Dillon Gabriel to work out the kinks, and then put Shedeur Sanders in after that. So,
well, I was pretty sure that they were both going to get a chance, but I think I thought that it was pretty imperative that whoever got this chance, whoever got the second chance, once Flacco was sat down, whoever got that chance was going to be afforded a better situation, because you're still early in the season, and I mean, I'm not talking about playoffs, but I'm talking about to where you have an opportunity to play in get more meaningful snaps, if that makes any kind of sense. Although they should all be meaningful, but I think that Gabriel gets the better opportunity being the second guy up instead of being the third guy up, and it just leads to more questions about Shedeur. Where is it really a studying thing? Is it really don't give a shit thing? Is it an entitled thing? I don't know. But I think the other part about this, so you mentioned about the Ravens. See, I saw that too. Kind of what that was all about was the Ravens wanted him, but Shedeur didn't want to sit behind Lamar.
Well, yeah. If you're sitting behind Lamar, you're there for at least 5 years. You're there until Lamar's done, right? Like you're not going to be replacing Lamar. You're not going to be filling those shoes. And to be completely honest with you, Shedeur Sanders is a completely different skill set than Lamar Jackson, right? He doesn't fit that. We talked about scheme. We talked about installing like a system. Shedeur Sanders doesn't fit the system that Lamar Jackson runs. He just doesn't. He's a different type of quarterback. He's more of a pocket passer that can extend plays than turn in terms of having the magic. And well, shit, nobody has the magic that Lamar Jackson has. They just don't. Maybe Josh Allen might have some glimpse of it, but nobody's able to throw off the run and be able to just create like Lamar Jackson can, or at least as consistently as he does. Now, sure, there's going to be that asterisk on there. Can he do it in clutch times and in crucial moments? Well, sometimes even the best of the best weren't able to do that yet. But Lamar Jackson's career isn't over yet.
Yeah. And I kind of think that maybe it would have. I think it's a maybe a 60-40 situation about sitting behind whoever, to where it's. I think it would have been better for Shedeur to sit behind Lamar than Joe Flacco. Well, especially now since Dillon Gabriel. I mean, and that's just a Cleveland problem. That's just a stupid franchise.
Now, when I look at that franchise, I see Dillon Gabriel as the problem and not Shedeur Sanders. Where some people have said like Shedeur Sanders has an attitude problem. The attitude that I've seen that from the person that has the problem is Dillon Gabriel. Like Shedeur Sanders appears to be a complete team player so far that I've seen. Dillon Gabriel is the one that spouted off with the mouth against a teammate. And I don't know. Yeah. It's hard for me to come back and like you after I hear it's team first before you. Like I get it. We're individuals and we want to get our dollars up ultimately, but dude, it's a team sport. Like you're there for 10 other individuals that are on the field, or I guess, ultimately 21 other individuals that are playing. But it's not about you. Like your position isn't going to, sail or fire on all cylinders unless you have the person to the left and to the right of you. Firing as well. It's the ultimate team game for a reason, man.
And I think with that, because when I first heard about that whole thing, and I guess I think Steven kind of mentioned it right there in the YouTube, Twitch.
You're gonna I can't read anything, man. You're gonna have to read for me. So
to where it's like he pretty much confirmed that call was made to where Shedeur didn't want to sit behind Lamar, but my thing is you're not going to sit behind Lamar. You're sitting behind Cooper Rush. I mean, I don't care if you're Dillon Gabriel. I mean, I don't care who you are. You're not going to be elevated ahead of Cooper Rush. I mean, right now they're
not in year one, or not like the gate. No.
Yeah. I mean, like right now, I mean, because you go back and you look at this in hindsight as 2020, as it always is, to where it's like, well, Lamar's hurt. Shedeur, if he'd have gone to the Ravens, would be playing right now. Bullshit. I don't think so. I'm not putting Shedeur ahead of Cooper Rush, even though it's a drastically different offense with Cooper Rush in there. But Cooper Rush is valid enough that he made that transition work in Dallas.
Right.
It's like when Dak's hurt, if he can get well, I'm staying with Cooper Rush, at this point.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. If you're talking about installing a system where you're talking about, getting a quarterback to back up, the starting quarterback that is, I guess, the face of that system, I don't think Cooper Rush is that. Like, he's not a backup that makes sense for Lamar Jackson. And you have to reduce your playbook drastically or mightily, right? For Cooper Rush when Cooper or just go to a different type of mentality all in general. With Cooper Rush and Dak, it felt like Cooper Rush had the same type of skill set that Dak did, or even Shedeur Sanders has the same type of skill set that Dak did. Like I guess my point is it's very hard to find someone that's going to be a prototype of Lamar Jackson.
It's really hard.
You can try to find a backup quarterback that to bring into a system like that, but it's just hard. They're almost an anomaly. They just are. It's a generational talent.
I really think the only one that kind of does work when you look at that form, and we're seeing it right now, as a matter of fact, is where you have in Washington when Daniels goes down and Mariota comes in.
Daniels might be the next thing, right? But again, you're trying to find a quarterback that has Daniels' skill set, like Mariota has that type of skill set. Yeah. He's just not Daniels. There's other people out, like Kyler Murray has Lamar Jackson's skill set.
Yeah,
he's just not Lamar Jackson.
Right?
There's just it's not. Lamar Jackson is that good of a quarterback. And if you guys don't believe me, look at some of the numbers that Warren Sharp posts on his Twitter feed. Some plays, you can't lie to the eye in the sky, but also stats don't lie. Most of the time, stats don't lie. So
yeah, exactly.
I'm a numbers guy. You guys know this.
We were talking about this yesterday. I mean, look how this is all shaking itself out. Look who has the best quarter, and Jake Bayless has it right here. Look who's sitting with the premier quarterback situation right now in the AFC North, the Steelers with Aaron Rodgers. After all of that, they're sitting there. Everybody else is to the second quarterback, to the backup quarterback.
You think the Steelers have the premier quarterback situation
in the AFC North?
You still don't think it's the Ravens? I think the Ravens still have the best quarterback in the AFC.
Cooper Rush,
or in the AFC North.
Not if it's Cooper Rush.
Oh, right, correct. Yeah. With injury
now.
Thank you. With injury to Lamar Jackson.
Right. Yeah, and that's I haven't seen an update. I don't know how long he may be fine. I don't know. I mean, I haven't paid that much attention to it. But yeah, Lamar, and that's the thing where you're again. This was a Lamar situation to where it's like let's overcome. But how bad's the injury? I don't know if he's going to miss a few games. I mean.
Yeah, I've seen 2, I've seen 3. Ultimately, though, for Baltimore, you'd have to think if you can maintain and if he's out for 4, right? If I guess your situation will dictate, right? If you go on a run here and you can win the next 2 games, right? I don't think you have to rush Lamar Jackson back. The problem is that Baltimore is kind of behind the curve already. Right, or behind the curve already behind the curve already with their losses, jumping out of the gate, having that loss to Buffalo really hurt because you never know what the season's going to unfold. But now with the injury to Jackson, he's going to be out for a couple of weeks or 3 weeks, however long it's going to be. These are must-win games. These games are games that you just can't sit there and give away to the opposition, or else you're going to be, I guess, real anxious to bring Lamar Jackson back and rush him back and then maybe even prolong that injury even further, right? So ultimately, if you're Cooper Rush and you can kind of maintain this thing and keep the thing on the tracks long enough for Lamar Jackson to heal and not rush back, that's the optimal situation, right? Best case scenario. You don't want to rush Jackson back and then have him hurt for the playoffs, and then all of a sudden Ravens can't get back. But the problem is that the Ravens are behind the 8 ball here, with the Steelers being, I guess not dominant, but having the as good a start that they had. Right now, they were favored, get a favorable week 1 going up against the Jets, as opposed to Baltimore getting the Bills. But still, they'll have their time against the Bills too. So it all comes back to each other.
I think the other part of this, Wags, where it comes down to the Ravens, to where obviously the Lamar thing is a huge deal. I mean, that's kind of your bread and butter right there, how the whole heart of this franchise kind of moves around. But you haven't been able to run the ball. I mean, Derrick Henry, the fumbles. And
you can't put the ball on the ground, right?
Yeah, your running game has been horrible. And you go to the other side of the ball.
Also, too, like they've abandoned the running game so quickly in these games because they've fallen behind, right?
Yeah, they're pretty. It's pretty obvious that they feel that they can't run the ball. Which
can I add one thing to it, though?
Yeah,
they did get Isaiah Likely back.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
They'll be able to get into a decent 2 tight end set or a dual tight end set. See if they can run some 21 personnel. But
that's right up Cooper Rush's alley.
It's also right up Derrick Henry's alley too, right?
Yeah.
Like that's the thing.
Well,
sorry, I'm struggling here in this.
And the other thing, Wags, your defense is, I mean, not as bad as Dallas, but your defense is bad, and which is weird to sit here and say.
Pass defense is atrocious. It's
on October 1st, 2025, the pass defense for Baltimore is not good. That's weird because they won a Super Bowl. This franchise with only defense, and so I think there's
Rodney, from year to year personnel changes, right?
Absolutely, absolutely, and they've been consistently good on defense. Is kind of the weird
they draft
part.
Well. I mean, they got a great war room. They usually draft well, and they draft to supplement their needs. But I mean, this is a down year clearly for ball. I feel like it's a down year for most defenses though. Like it's just become I feel like it's turning into a 7-on-7 league. Right.
It really has to where you can't. I mean, and I'll go back to other than the Saints and the Titans, to where it's like anybody can beat anybody. But it's as I say that, and I'm curious to see this week with your Giants. I mean,
you want to talk? God, what a great contest! It's the Saints and Giants this week.
Well, but
somebody's got to win. I guess no. I was going to say somebody's got to win, but ultimately they could tie.
Well, no, I mean, I think that's where the Giants coming off of that emotional win and seeing the offense that we saw against Dallas, even though that was the Dallas defense. I mean, I think the Giants should pretty easily take care of business here. But with the NFL that we're seeing in 2025, the Saints come out and win this game. I mean, the Saints show up. I mean, that's
here's the thing. So I think the Giants do win this game because of the Giants defense. The Giants defense is pretty lights out. Like their defense is nasty. We'll see how the new electric offense works with Jackson Dart. I'm foreseeing a decent, get right game or a confidence building game here for Jackson Dart. Probably like a 250 through the air, maybe 50 or 40 or so on the ground, and a pair of touchdowns, 1 through the air and 1 on the ground here too. Here's the thing too, right? You got to find a new weapon. If you're Jackson Dart, like one of the best wide receivers in the league. And I guess it should be mentioned real quick before we move forward. 2 hours program tomorrow. With that, we had a great conversation, or I guess, an intriguing conversation yesterday about Courtland Sutton and if he's a legitimate wide receiver 1, right? Like everybody's doing the quarterback breakdowns. Let's do the legitimate wide receiver 1 breakdowns, right? And I kind of wanted to get a little bit creative with this. I didn't know if you saw this text message from last night. Trying to come up with like a go fish game.
Go fish,
right? Like we each have like 5 or 6 solidified wide receiver 1s, right? That we have on our list, in our hand. Okay. And then we have the questionable wide receivers that are in the field. Okay. I say, hey, what about, do you have this guy on your team? No, I don't. No, I don't. All right, go fish or some shit like that. Like, it's not going to be exactly like the rules of Go Fish because, it's not based off of pulling from the field and putting on your list. But I guess it's a way that we can kind of conjure a fun conversation of which wide receiver 1. Perfect case in point. Like Courtland Sutton might struggle to be a wide receiver 1 on a LA Rams team or a Pittsburgh Steelers team or something like that. But he goes to Green Bay. He's an instant number 1. Now, Go Fish. Is Dobbs a number one?
Big head Dobbs?
Romeo Dobbs.
Yeah, big head.
Dobbs number one. Now Dobbs appears to be the number one in Green Bay, but is Dobbs a number one on another team? That's kind of where I was getting like the Go Fish type.
Yeah, no, I like that. I like that. I still can't figure out how Dallas couldn't cover that guy with that big ass Guardian cap he has on. How do you miss that guy?
What does that thing weigh? It can't weigh that much, right? But that's the first thing that I was like, dude, how much does that how much does that take off your 40 time or your breakaway speed or your burst, right? Like,
I'm assuming it's a lightweight thing. I've never seen
it's got to be some, I don't even know. But if it's that lightweight, like how much protection does it provide?
Big ass thing. I'm like, dude, I mean, how is he that open? Look at that thing. It looks like it's a whole planet out there on the field. It looks like Uranus running around out there on the field. Look at that
Uranus.
thing.
It looks like Uranus.
Uranus. When you said go,
that's the type of game.
I like that. When you said Go Fish, I was like, the only fish receiver I can think about was getting wheeled off, laughing and happy. I even saw pictures of him, and these were real, where he's like in the ambulance.
Oh yeah, no, I saw that too. I was like,
it's like, dude.
And again, it could be shock, right? Shock.
Yeah.
Like, everything's subjective. So we all handle situations. Like I've seen. I'm not. That's not a story for this.
Yeah,
I was going to tell a terrible war story. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, and Rob, definitely not hating on the Guardian cap at all. I mean, that's a great. I mean, one thing I'll never hate on is Guardian cap.
I don't hate on protection. I just
head and neck.
I like to have a joke here and there.
Devices and racing, safer barriers. I am all about that. But I'm just like, dude, how can that dude go uncovered? I mean, if he chooses to wear that, you can't miss that. Cutting across.
It just looks big. Like I didn't even notice it until my wife said so. I was just like, "What's on that guy's head? Is he wearing something different?" I'm like, "What are you talking?" Like I looked at her like she was nuts, right? And I'm like, "Oh wait, there is something on there." I'm like, okay. So then I was just like, "Oh yeah, that's a shell. He's wearing a shell." She's like, oh, how thoughtful. And I was just like, and I'm thinking to myself, that don't do shit. You know what I mean?
My wife walked in the other day, dude, and they had him on there. He had just made yet another catch, and she's like, "What's wrong with the TV?" And I said, "What do you mean?" She's like,
"Nothing. Nothing.
Like,
That's what they wear these days."
Oh my!
They're trying to bring it back. Oh man.
Again, not laughing, not casting shade. It's a great thing.
No,
but that's not. How can you not cover that guy?
Down that rabbit hole of Go Fish.
What's that?
Where was I going before I took us down the rabbit hole of Go Fish?
Oh, they were doing the WR1s.
Right, but I mean, I broke a conversation to talk about the WR1, the wide receiver ones. What the hell were we talking about?
Shit, man, I can't.
And ladies and gentlemen, chaos theory. And
I've slept since then.
Right, I've slept during the middle of your conversation.
No, I don't know. Yeah. Hey, so yeah, like Wag said, the main thing about it. Well, you mentioned, so we are 2 hours tomorrow.
2 hours tomorrow, correct.
7 to 9.
Program announcement.
Yeah, we're up with the Rooster.
We got top 5 tomorrow, and we have that tomorrow. Top 5 Hall and Oates song.
Hall and Oates, little Hall and Oates.
How did that get in there? Fucking Smash. We at least had to bring Smash on for that one.
I'm telling you, we need to call him and get him on here tomorrow and have him partake in that top 5. And I saw a picture of him on Facebook. He was doing some volleyball last night, I think it was. And that dude all dressed to the nines and not a hair out of place. I'm like, look at this guy. And you and I are up here.
Dude, he's something, right? Like he's an MC of all these crazy gigs, and then he's the voice of St. Edward. So I mean, he's living some bachelor, trying to be the next Victor Diaz.
Oh my god! Oh Lord!
Where do you want to go next, partner? What else we got for sleep?
So does Smash used to do like the Price is Right thing, a game,
he did. He still does that.
He still does
game show. He's an MC for game, or I guess a host for game shows.
I've been meaning to ask you that, and of course,
Smash makes money. So, like, if you're trying to get into it, just hit him up. And
I don't want to do that. I don't want to get dressed.
I can't see you. I can see you as a game show host.
I've done those. I don't want to do that.
What haven't you done,
dude? When I go out on the road, like I'm doing this Biloxi trip. dude, I have to spend all day with a spinning wheel. So I'm essentially doing that. So I don't want to do that in my downtime. I don't want to do that in my downtime.
All right. Well, where do you want to go next, partner?
The other thing. So did you see the Robert? We were talking about the Robert Saleh thing with Liam.
Oh yeah,
Cohen.
with Liam Cohen. Yeah.
So Robert Saleh,
what came out of that?
So Saleh apologized yesterday in the press conference because I didn't hear that he had told Cohen, "I will fuck your life up." I'm like, whoa. So he's like, bad.
Where did this all come from? Like, what do we have anything preloaded with this?
No, I don't have the actual.
Or did this just happen like on Sunday? There's no like lingering drama from this. No
apparently, what happened here was Liam Cohen, and there was like a sign stealing thing, kind of like what we saw with.
Well, I know what he said. I know he said that it was they have elite sign stealing, right?
Yeah.
Like, but he said that he meant it as a kind gesture. Right, like as a compliment, like their sign stealing is elite. Like,
yeah,
but I don't know. Like that's one hell of a backhanded compliment. So
right, but it's like it's one thing, like you and I are joking around, and I'll be like, "Wags, man, you do that to me, man, I'll fuck your life up," just joking around. But like as pissed off as those dudes were on Sunday in the middle of the field, and that dude told that other dude that, I'm like,
yeah, somebody says that they're gonna wreck my life. Like all right, buddy. Now I'm on alert. Right now, that's a threat. This isn't middle school. This isn't high school.
Yeah, this isn't the
like
playground.
Those things carry weight, right?
Yeah.
Like if you tell me that, now I'm, now I have now I can get on. I can put my lights on green, right, and start getting crazy, right? So
yeah.
No, that's a threat. That's a threat to me. That's a hostile threat, and I'm going to take you down.
And it was like Saleh was even saying, what did Will Smith say? Keep my name out your mouth. It's like, what is this, man? And see, that's why.
And that's when he brought that, he made it personal. That's why I thought like it stemmed from something else. Like this didn't just transpire from Sunday and the sign stealing thing. Like, does this have more life? Does this thing have another set of legs to it?
This is personal, right? I mean,
that's what it appeared to. Like, if he brought in his wife, like that's what I thought. Maybe it was a little personal, but I could have my information wrong.
And what I thought about no, that was somebody else. That was Brian Flores. I had Brian Flores and Robert Saleh confused because it was like, which one was the one that was mean to Tua? That was Brian Flores,
that was
right?
Flores, correct?
That was Flores, but it's like, God dang, that's personal.
Okay, so just to clarify, Saleh didn't say anything about Cohen's wife, or Cohen didn't appear to say anything about Saleh's wife.
None of that. None of that.
Right.
I don't think that ever came up. Just when you're telling me that you're gonna f up my life, and I mean, if you know me that intimate, it's like, maybe the wife is.
That's nothing, but that's still a threat. So yeah. Maybe it's just heat of the passion between two little boys on the playground there.
Yeah, Saleh. It's just a bad choice of words. You think? You think so, buddy? You think so? Gruden as the Arkansas coach. Yeah, because it's Bobby P.
Yeah, he got fired.
Pittman
got fired. Is Petrino the interim right now, correct?
He's the interim.
We all thought, but does Petrino get to maintain that or retain that position at the end of the year?
Can you rehire that guy as your coach after all
that? I don't think you can, and unless you get him a brand new bike, right? Like, I'm kidding. I shouldn't even joke about that. Like, that's
that dude's gonna come rolling up to the game this week.
Around. Like, no, Bobby Petrino should not be the. It should only be the interim coach. He should not be the solidified coach moving forward. Like, I think you've lost. I'm all about people getting second chances, but. Sorry, Bobby. You rode your bike to the shed too many times.
You've done your thing there. I see Rhett Lashley from SMU being thrown. Jeff Traylor, I think, is getting a lot of feel.
Yeah, when does Traylor get his bid? Right? Like, I'm not saying like, he deserves one, or it's his time. You know what I mean? Like, he's entitled to it. Or no, but you do want to talk about somebody that is in who does maybe deserve like a better gig or maybe a shot at a no bullshit type of coaching snenario, and that is Jeff Traylor, right? Like he's worked tremendous things at UTSA. I think maybe the next step, it could unfold, and maybe it is maybe step into the SEC. Arkansas has they haven't been down that bad. I mean, it's been rough for the past 5 years, you could say, right?
Yeah.
But like it feels like they've been trying to bring life back into the program. Does Traylor bring some of those Texas roots to Arkansas and keep that thing a little bit on life support, but give him a little bit better of a chance?
That's the main thing right there. I mean, Traylor
what
has
can you bring in from Texas?
Yeah. He coached 2 years there with Chad Morris. Again, another not so good hire for Arkansas. But the 2 years that Traylor was there in Arkansas, I mean,
rapport, right? The connection's still there, right? Or at least the pipeline, I would think.
And he can recruit Texas. He can absolutely recruit Texas. And I think from being at UTSA and the success that he's had there, he can find kind of the diamonds in the rough. I think. I think it would be a good hire.
Yeah, find the 3 stars, find the 2 stars.
Yeah. Go find the ones that aren't going somewhere else. I think Jeff Traylor would be great, but he is very bought in and loyal to the San Antonio deal there. So maybe he stays. I don't know, but I think this would be the time for him. Check it out. It's Jordan. It's Henry.
I didn't think Gruden. What's up, gents? I didn't think Gruden would actually take a college gig. I thought he would actually be reluctant and try and just hold it, be patient or whatever, and wait for another NFL spot to open up, because that coach's carousel.
I think he wants an SEC job. I think he's like chomping at the bit to be in the SEC.
Traylor?
No,
Gruden.
Here's the thing with John Gruden, guys, and I have a little bit of an insight being from Tampa and being around John Gruden, when he was coaching the Bucks and his sons and whatnot. Guys, he hasn't been a college guy. Yeah. Right. And Jordan can speak to this better than I can, or maybe not better than I can, but just as much as I can. It's different. It is different coaching college football than it is the NFL. And I hate to break it to John Gruden, right? There's a reason why, guys. You have people like Warren Sapp who swear by him, but I can say this being from Tampa, assholes tend to run in packs. All right. Warren Sapp, pretty much universally known as a jerk. Seemingly he's kind of evolved now in his 50s, right? But 20 years ago, he was known as such. You can't just come in and talk to 18, 19, 20-year-olds the way you used to, Wags.
Right.
When, you and I were playing D2 football, right? And it's like, hey, coach says do this. You do it because the title's coach, right? You're going to have to explain.
There's no more running through a wall because the coach says that, right? Like there's a lot more whys coming from the players these days.
And I do not know.
I guess blind following, if that's what you want to call it.
You nailed it. And I don't know of John Gruden being able to explain the why. I'll say this, and then I'll be off the soapbox here. Dark Side Hooters, in case it's all in.
They have to have Hooters.
I'll get off the soapbox on this one, right? Like, I think kids nowadays, it's not that they aren't willing to run through the wall, Wags, but they need to understand the why. Whereas back in our day, it was like there was no asking why. It's just like
they tell you why. Yeah,
right.
Or you would just do it. You do it for approval, right? Or not so much approval, but it's just what
you
was
do it because they told you to.
Right, exactly. It's just what you were supposed to do.
I think Gruden would be the dumbest hire for Arkansas.
Look, it can work.
Anyone.
It can work. Look at Bill Belichick. He's proving how it can work.
Yeah, that's the thing that I was going to say too. I was going to get on Eric's back here with it. It's going to be a rough transition. Just because you were good in the pros doesn't mean it's going to work in the collegiate era, a la Bill Belichick.
Yeah, well, and the most important thing too, not only is UNC pretty bad this year, but whenever they hired Belichick and Lombardi to be the GM and everything, it was a shot in the arm for boosters, everyone at UNC. They're putting more money into the football program than they ever have before. And they're winning on the recruiting trail, some of these because they're kind of Texas Teching it. And they offered you $500 a year, here's $750. Like UNC was doing that. That's how they landed the kids they have out of Texas. That is what happened. And it's, hey, you get to play for Bill Belichick. Now, John Gruden, on the other hand, Arkansas will never have the money together to just straight drop the bag like UNC has. They're not going to do that. And secondly, Bill Belichick is widely regarded as the GOAT, or at least considered the GOAT by many. He is a known name to kids these days, high school kids, because he was in the NFL so long, won so many Super Bowls, has all the rings.
Yep.
These kids don't know who the fuck John Gruden is. They don't. Seriously. The kids that are getting recruited in the 2026 class were born in 08, 07, and some of them 06.
Yeah, they just see Gruden on Barstool Sports. They
Yeah,
don't
care.
Gruden.
Exactly.
Right.
They don't know who he is. And whenever they do look him up, they're going to see what happened with the Raiders and why he was kicked out of the NFL. And I know the way that went down, he's supposed to win a lawsuit because the NFL exposed it to the media first or something like that.
I mean, exposed bull. He still said shit. Did he not?
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
It's a stain on him. So he doesn't
Doesn't
have
mean like him more. Change the fact that he said shit.
Yeah, his name isn't recognized. His name isn't respected like Belichick's. And it sure as hell ain't by, teenagers who were born in 08, 06 when, I mean, that was after, I can't remember. Did he win a Super Bowl in Tampa, Gruden?
Yeah, he won, but John Gruden won a Super Bowl when I was 12. So you do the math there. All right.
Exactly, right? So the kids, they don't even know he won it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Good call, man.
And also, like, what staff is he going to put together?
That's
He's already
right. Like,
60
who's on his crew? Who's in his circle? Right?
Yeah, he's going to get a bunch of unks that have never coached college to come coach college and recruit. My ass,
Yeah.
So
No
I
doubt.
don't know. The only way that works is if he ends up at a program that can just drop the bag. And any of those programs that are going to open this year, I think
UCLA.
10 other people before they get the
UCLA. There you go.
They don't have the money either.
That's true.
What UCLA should do, I keep saying this, they need to hire Dave Aranda. That is his dream job. He told Baylor whenever they extended him, that is the only.
Is Aranda from out west?
Yes, he's from out west. He actually was roommates with Tom Herman, coaching at like a JUCO. That was like their first coaching stop, and it's hilarious because they couldn't be more opposite. But
yeah, that is total opposite. Right
with
there.
Aranda though, he whenever Baylor extended him, I think it was after his first or second year, and it was around the time Wisconsin had opened, and it was before they hired Fickle. And Aranda was a name because he had previously coached at Wisconsin and really liked it up there in Madison. But he signed an extension with Baylor. And I was told this is when I was covering Baylor at the time, I was told from someone who's very, very connected into their athletic department, everything, that Aranda told Baylor, the only job I will ever leave Baylor for is UCLA. That is my dream job. And so I assume Baylor's very aware of this, but Aranda since 2022 is under 500. A lot of people don't know that. Like Baylor, they haven't been horrible this year. They got a lot of the season left to play, but they're under 500 since 2022. Is Baylor going to extend Dave Aranda to keep him from going to UCLA? I don't know.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Not a hot commodity. Yep.
So, yeah. And this is a good point, too. Jake Bayless brings up, until they get an AD that knows what he's doing, they might not be able to get anyone worth a damn. But I don't know. If I'm UCLA, I'm calling Aranda first. Like,
where the hell's Pat Hayden when you need him?
I'll be honest, I don't even know who that is.
I was going to say, Joe has no idea who Pat Hayden is.
Too long in a tooth for that. All right, boys, I'm going to get out of here, man. Good hearing you. Hey, program reminder, 2 hours tomorrow. We're on for Bucky and BK tomorrow, and then we'll see you guys there. Top 5 and Go Fish game, a little Go Fish game with wide receiver ones.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We're going to try and make it work. We're going to conjure up some creativity here and see if it happens. So come with us on the chaotic experience.
7 o'clock. I'll put the Roosters.
Y'all be good, man.
For sure.
Take care, boys.
Appreciate y'all. Well, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. Harass BK a little bit. We now got the Eric Henry social tags.
I was going to say, you guys got Eric Henry's name up there again, man. We're good.
Yeah, it was in the system. It had to be in the system somewhere, right?
Oh yeah, no, took a little bit harassing of Mr. Kellner, but we're here now. And a little programming note for the Lone Star Playbook. Since Turbo is no longer with us, I believe he's announcing what's next for him today. But since he's no longer with Texas Sports Unfiltered, Eric is going to be hopping on Wednesdays and Thursdays. And then Tuesdays, we're figuring that out still. So going to be kind of bullpenning it on Tuesdays going forward. But Eric, where do we want to start? Do we want to do Texas UF, or do you just want to go like kind of broad, big picture college football first?
No, man, let's go Texas UF.
All right. So your keys to the game store usually comes out tomorrow, right?
Friday I will do
Friday.
The pressing questions. Yes.
My bad.
No, you're all good. You're all good.
Nick does a keys to the game, I think, on Fridays or Thursdays. So I always try to ask about that one. But I don't know. What are your pressing questions, early ones for Texas UF?
Yeah, I can give a little preview. I won't do all 7, but I'll do about 3. Had been doing 5 during non-conference play, but now that we're up to SEC play, we're doing 7. Because quite frankly, you shouldn't need 7 keys to beat Sam Houston or UTEP. So that's why we're doing 5 prior. But let's go ahead and start here. Number 1, Steve Sarkisian talked about it. This is going to be a very inside football thing, but I think this is a inside football show, so I think most folks will know. You got to get Florida out of that split safety look, right? Especially with Dijon Johnson, Florida's number 1 cornerback, being out. Cormani McClain, it's a kid that Jordan will be familiar with, former 5-star recruit out of Lakeland, Florida, powerhouse program there, Lakeland Dreadnoughts. Went to Colorado, didn't quite work up there with Coach Prime. As you know, to be completely transparent, I'm stunned at the amount of kids, from areas that are not the Rocky Mountains that went up there and made it work. But Cormani McClain was not one of them. He's really kind of finding his own here. Over the last few games, picked off Carson Beck when Florida played at Miami, but getting back to getting Florida out of that too high safety look. They like to double receivers, right? That's how they like to play. Basically, how they manufacture pressure is by good coverage, right? It's kind of the chicken or the egg thing. Is it the pressure that makes your secondary look good, or is it the secondary that makes your pressure look good? Florida DC Ron Roberts is very heavy into let's cover well. That will allow guys, i.e. Tyreek Sapp, to go get the quarterback, right? So you got to break Florida out of that too high safety look, because Jordan, Texas, for all of what you want to say about the offense, and there's plenty to say about the offense, they've created explosive plays. I think the exact number, if memory serves me correct, is 44 explosive plays. Explosives are defined as pass plays of 15 yards or more, or run plays of 10 or more over the last 3 weeks. Again, against shit competition, but you still did it, right? So if you break them out of that too high shell, should have some opportunities for explosive plays. Number 2, got to get the run game going, whether that is Arch, whether that's Quintravion Wisner, CJ Baxter, Jarrett Gibson heading home, go back to the crib, right, from Gainesville, Florida. So get the run game going. I think that's huge, especially in SEC play, right? Like, it sounds cliche, but I really think everything for this offense this year, Jordan, in my opinion, or at least until Arch shows that he's the guy that you can kind of strap it on his back and say, hey, go take us there. Everything needs to start with being in good down and distance situations and running the football. The last thing, and pretty much all of my things are offensively, because quite frankly, if you've seen Florida's offense, Texas defense, they really got nothing to worry about. Stay out of third and unmanageable, right? Which is kind of a segue from that second one. Texas is bad. You can go look at the numbers in my stories on horns247.com. Bad on third down. I think they're 101st in the nation in third down conversion percentage. Bad on fourth down. I believe they're 114th in conversion percentage. And bad in the red zone. They're sub 100 there as well. I can't remember the number. So my point is, stay in third and manageable situations. The easier that third down is to convert, the better for Texas.
How much do you think we could see Arch Manning run? Because, it is kind of funny that the Oklahoma-Michigan game, every non-Oklahoma fans they're like, well, there's no way Mateer can carry the ball 19 times a game each game, which obviously has not been the case. They didn't do that versus Temple. They didn't do that versus even Auburn, I don't think. So, but some games they're going to have to run them to win them. It's Texas. They're probably going to have to do the same thing at some point this year with Arch Manning, especially if, we see the Arch Manning that was out the first 3 weeks of the season. I don't know. Any thoughts on the run game with him versus Florida, or just the rest of the season? How much you'd like to see him carry the ball?
I'll try to answer both. Against Florida, I think it's going to be imperative. Jordan, I don't know if you take a look at the weather. There's a little bit of a system that is heading off the Atlantic coast of Florida, which is kind of, I guess, for those who don't know, the Atlantic coast is there's the CB. The Atlantic coast is the Jacksonville, Daytona Beach side. I'm from the Gulf of whatever you want to call it. I'm not going to get political. Gulf of whatever you want to call it, right? That's the side of Florida I'm from. So there's the system heading through, so it's probably going to rain. Yeah, I think Arch especially keep the ball in his hands against Florida on the ground. Doesn't have to be 20 times, but I think Jordan, I'm of the belief you probably can design 3 to 5 runs for Arch, because if you look at the offense through 4 games, he's going to tuck it another 5, 6, 7 times on his own anyhow, right? So that's kind of where I fall there. Rest of the season, I'm torn up, man. I'm a little torn on that, because I don't know if you can just have a running quarterback in the SEC just week in, week out. That's not Cam Newton, right? Like a physical specimen like that. So I think it's a game-by-game situation. I'm going to say, Jordan, it's like the Travis Hunter thing in the NFL, where I think, like, if you're facing an opponent that you have a strong pass game, you play him at DB more, right? If you're playing an opponent that's a weak secondary, you play him at wide receiver more. I think it's this. If you're playing an opponent where you know you can miss some opportunities, you run them. But let's be smart about this, because behind Arch Manning is Matthew Caldwell, and I'm not shading Matt Caldwell, but he was at Troy and Gardner-Webb for a reason, and he wasn't the starter at Troy. I can't emphasize that enough. He wasn't the starter and then got banged up. He was the QB2 and was inserted, and they went back. Gerard Parker went back to said quarterback this year, so got to keep him healthy.
Yeah, always a good reminder there on Caldwell. The thing I just think about with Arch running the ball, last year when he'd come in on these designed runs and, he lowered his shoulder versus A&M and kind of flexed or made the face or whatever. Like, that got the whole team fired up. Other times in the year when he'd run the ball and would lower his shoulder or get some yards, that got the team fired up. Obviously a little different now, because he's not like, just coming into the game for a specific play or two. He's the actual full-time starting quarterback, but I don't know. Like, if they get down versus Florida and morale's low or something, like, I would love to see QB power or something and just see him put his shoulder in the chest of a linebacker or something, or at least try to. And I know his grandpa told him, make sure you slide and get down, but I don't know. A lot of things like that, they can boost momentum in the game and get the team more fired up and ready to play. And I mean, shit, if it's raining, they might need that, we'll see. When is the last time Texas played in a rain game? I bet Florida played in one a lot more recently, or at least easy to assume that. How are you getting down to Gainesville? I'm assuming you're staying outside of Gainesville, because it's kind of college. How many people even live in Gainesville? I've just seen these hotel prices. They're crazy.
Jordan, Gainesville is Jake Bales. What up, Jake? Gainesville is akin to Tuscaloosa, right? Maybe a little bit bigger. If I had to guess, and I meant to look it up, maybe 100,000, but that's a stretch, right? I mean, look this way. University of Florida's 50, 60,000, well, 40, 50,000 kids, right? So that and staff and whatnot, you got 75 right there. So maybe like 100 and change that live in Gainesville. But yeah, hotel prices, that's why they're through the roof. I mean, it's big business. Gator games. I got a friend of mine, her daughter works at Spurrier's, which is the restaurant that Steve Spurrier owns. And Steve Spurrier is not one of these guys who like, just put my name on it and that's it. Like, he's there all the time. Like, I'm betting he will be there on Saturday. I'm going to try to stop by and grab some breakfast there. I'm sure I'll see the old ball coach. But how am I getting over there? I'm staying at home, staying in Tampa. Still got my place over there. So I'm going to go see my mom for a little bit. Haven't made up my mind as to whether I'm going to try to crash at my house or just crash with my mom and then just drive up that day. But it's a 90-minute drive. So that's how I'm getting over there.
Got it. Yeah, I was about to ask how far is it? I don't know Florida geography well at all. But hey, per Patrick, Saturday looks to be a high of 81, 40% chance of rain. We shall see. Now that I think about it, the last time I can remember Texas playing in rain, didn't it rain during the spring game, the last spring game in 2024? At least it was cloudy that day.
It was cloudy. It was cloudy. I don't remember it raining, but it was cloudy. It was cloudy. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I'm very curious when the last rain game Texas played in. Jake Bayless said one of my cheapest options was an Airbnb for like $900. It's bullshit, but that's what I'm doing.
Jake, real quick, where's that Airbnb? I am curious. Are you Airbnb in Gainesville? Because, man, $900 for Airbnb in Gainesville, dog. That's, brother, you are getting ripped off. And I guess just charge it to the game. I guess what you got to do, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, can you even ever book these game weekends in advance and get non-game weekend pricing, or is it all just set automatically?
I mean, I've gotten lucky a couple times on, different beat, but when I was covering G5s and we had to go to, a Arkansas, Texas Tech, I'm trying to think of the biggest places I've been to, SC, USC, Southern California, to be clear, not South Carolina. I've gotten lucky and like booked super early and the prices weren't crazy. But yeah, I mean, if you once the schedule's out and everything, I mean, you're kind of screwed at that point.
Yeah. Anything, did Sark say anything this week on Emmett Mosley or Baxter? I did see he commented on Wisner's health, but anything on Baxter, Mosley, or any other injured Longhorns?
The reason I laugh is because I led off with a question on an update on Quintravion Wisner and kind of what he brings outside of leadership back to the offense. And Steve politely reminded me, and I'm not saying that sarcastically, he did remind me, he's like, hey, I don't want you guys to waste a question on injuries now that we're an SEC play. Just wait till Wednesday. So I'm only saying that to say he didn't provide an update on. The only reason he gave that little update on Trey was because I'd asked the question. But no update on CJ, no update on Emmett Mosley.
And the Wednesday injury report comes out at what time today?
7 p.m. Central, I believe, or 6 p.m. Central. It's one of those two, but it comes out this evening.
Man, I don't know if you've seen this too. The amount of dumbasses in the SEC that are like, Texas still hasn't played a conference game. The conference is giving them the easiest route every year. And it's like, dude, I think they're like one of 3 or 4 SEC teams that are doing 4 non-con and then 8 conference games in a row. But it is what it is. People, I guess sometimes they don't pay attention. Anything else Sark said this week that was interesting or really stood out about Florida, Billy Napier, or Lagway?
No, not really on that. I mean, the only thing that was interesting, and we could probably touch this tomorrow. He got on his soapbox about the coverage of college football, and I thought it was kind of interesting.
Yeah.
But we could probably circle back to that tomorrow. I will say Wingo was really high on Cormani McClain. I don't think he knew that Dijon Johnson was out, but super high on Cormani McClain. So that was something to keep an eye on. Parker Livingstone was high on Cormani McClain as well. So I don't know if that's someone like for those of you watching, like anytime all player availability is whatever their position coach wants them to say, right? Or whatever Steve wants them to say. So that's what you take away from that, right? Like when you hear player X be like, oh, such and such is good. It's like, okay, clearly their coaches are like keying in on that player. So that's the only reason I mentioned it.
Yeah. Man, I mean, Cormani McClain, that'll good matchup for him versus Wingo and Livingstone. I mean, tall, long corner, can run. I mean, Texas was picking on him last year when they're missing like their entire secondary. I mean, like they seriously went at Cormani McClain at least 6-7 times last year. So interested to see how that looks because, I mean, he always has had the 5-star talent, but, it's taken some time to put it together. It looks like he's on his way, though. So that'll be very interesting watching them. Okay, so Horns 24/7 yesterday put out 3 things we think, 3 things we know with stuff from you, Chip Brown, and Hank South. The thing you think is that you think it's time to get Jack Andrews more involved in the offense. Why so?
If you take a look at the Ohio State game, that before the UTEP game, right, was quote unquote Arch's worst performance through the air. And even that wasn't, terrible. It was pedestrian, right? Jack Andrews, if you take a look at his game, and I'll try and re-up this article at some point I wrote in the offseason, spoke with Brady McBride, who was Texas State quarterback, played for Jake Spavital. Jake Spavital was Jack Andrews' first offensive coordinator at Cal. Kind of want to get a little bit of insight into kind of how Spavs' system would translate over. I completely forgot that Justin Wilcox was on Steve Sarkisian's staff. So that was staff at SC, right? So that there obviously is the connection there. Justin Wilcox, Cal head coach, for those who don't know.
Well, I wonder if they're still friends after he stole his tight end 1.
Right?
Cal got pillaged, man. Mendoza, Ott, who hasn't done anything at OU, injuries, a few other players.
So basically where I'm going with that is the feeling I got when I spoke with Brady and talking about Spavs' offense. I probably could hit up Spavs. Spavs is a decent guy. He's a good guy.
Still at Baylor?
Yes. The middle of the field is where Jack Injuries kind of owned, right? And that was an area that Gunnar Helm really owned. And I'm not just talking about shallow. I'm talking about how many times last year did you see Gunnar Helm come across the face of the safety, make himself available, boom, right there, right?
Yeah.
I think that's an aspect of the offense that is missing a little bit, right? Because you try to hit things vertical, try at the outside. That happens. You try to run those kind of those quick inside slants, that'll happen. But when you got a big 6'5", and Jack is not as big as Gunnar, right? Like Gunnar Helm is deceptively big in the sense that he's not jacked, but he's just a big human being, right?
Yeah.
Injuries isn't quite as big, but his game, the way he's played over the last 2 years, he's owned that area of the field. So I think that would be something that would be beneficial for Texas's offense to have. So I said that I think, because quite frankly, Jordan, I'm torn between that being the thing or just this offense staying on schedule, just not being so many damn third and longs. Like maybe that is kind of the solution for what it is. But I do think that Jack Injuries, you get him more involved in the offense, similar to how he was at Ohio State, will help all around.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. You look at the offense right now, there isn't a clear number one receiver, number one pass catcher. There just isn't. It's supposed to be Ryan Wingo, and I know he had a pretty good Sam Houston game, but, I mean, he is not – and I know there are high expectations on him, and this could segue us to the thing Sark said about the media or whatnot, because I do want to talk about that at some point. But Ryan Wingo has not lived up to the expectations. Whether it was unfair, those expectations are fair, he has not lived up to them. And – I'm sitting on the field taking photos during the Sam Houston game, and I watch them run an end around, and it's like, do they have to run an end around every game, every other game to guarantee him touches because they can't consistently get him the ball through the air? He's in year 2, played a lot as a freshman, supposed to be the man as a sophomore, and to guarantee him touches, you still have to do an end around so you can just give the ball directly to him. It's not good. And DeAndre Moore coming back, I think, helps. He provides a lot of stability and versatility there. And, I mean, just down-to-down consistency, whether the ball's going to him or it isn't. I think there's more consistency with him than any other player in the skill offense at Texas, or that plays an offensive skill position at Texas. But someone has to emerge as the go-to pass catcher. When the game's on the line last year, by like week 2, you knew damn well that ball was going to Matt Golden, and if it wasn't, it was going to Gunnar Helm. There's none of that this year. The year before, you knew it's either going to A.D. Mitchell, Xavier Worthy, and if it somehow doesn't go to them, Jordan Whittington is going to catch it. There's none of that this year. You don't know who the dominant go-to guy is yet. I know they still have only played 4 games. There's games left to play, but that has to get figured out. Could it be Jack Injuries? Potentially, but, I mean, to find that out, you have to get them more involved, like you said. So I definitely agree with you. For the where is this? For the 3 things we know, you said, I know the return of Quintravion Wisner will help steady the Longhorns' offense. Seems pretty self-explanatory, but anything else you want to hit on there?
Yeah, that's why I said that. The reason Jack Injuries was the thing, because I felt more confident in Quintravion Wisner. It is self-explanatory, right? I mean, I said this, I can't remember where. I might have been on the flagship yesterday, Jordan. I don't know how you feel about this. I'll be quick. I think Quintravion Wisner is more Jonathan Brooks than he gets credit for. And I'm not necessarily saying like they're the exact same back, but I think he kind of gets lost in the shuffle between how great Bijan Robinson was and how explosive Jordan Blue was, right? Jaden Blue.
Yeah, I know what you meant.
Yeah, Jaden Blue. There's something to be said about just a steady, consistent back who, well, JB certainly did have his explosive plays, right? And someone who can, rip off a big time run. Quintravion Wisner did that a lot more than people realized last year, right? If you go through, and this is a super nerdy stat, but if you go through and look at the rate of runs that went for 10 yards or more, Jaden Blue had one once every 9.7 touches. Quintravion Wisner had one once every 7.2, right? My point is, Trey Wisner is very capable. While he might not hit the 80-yarder, and it's not going to look as, sexy, for lack of a better word, because he doesn't have Jaden Blue's speed, he'll get you 15. He'll get you 20, right? And those things matter. So I think that will help steady Texas offense.
I think the most important thing with him, too, you look at the Texas running back room, and, I mean, you could even say this last year. You definitely could say this last year. You know what's going to happen when you hand Wisner the ball.
Correct.
Very rarely will he get tackled behind the line of scrimmage. It might be a 2 or 3 yard run, but guess what? It'll be tough running, and he's not going to lose the pill.
Yep.
Jaden Blue, fumbling problem. Jared Gibson, fumbling problem. Christian Clark is reading incorrect holes, not where he's supposed to go. That's why he got pulled for James Simon versus Sam Houston. And then Baxter, he's been hurt, and he has been good. I think he was good in the Ohio State game. The other game's coming back off this injury, but seems like he's still kind of figuring it out a little bit. So with Wisner, I mean, I'm with you. Brings a lot of stability and safety, I think, to the offense. All right, so your 4 downs thing.
Yep.
We want to start with the media coverage thing from Sark, because I thought it was pretty interesting you said that.
Yeah. I mean, to kind of bring the audience in, Steve was asked a question. I'm pretty sure it was by Dave Eckert, Austin American Statesman. I'll give a cheap plug for Dave because he's a good guy. The question Dave asked him was in relation to kind of the pressure that an Arch Manning, a DJ Lagway, right, are facing, and how you kind of handle that internally. And Steve went on his kind of, in his own words, like, I'm going to go on a soapbox for a bit. I'm going to try to read off the exact quote here. And it was long, so I didn't even use all the quote. So he said, hey, I'm looking around the country at high-profile players, and I don't know if any of them are living up to what everyone said they were supposed to be. We're in this era right now where everyone has a phone, Twitter, there's 9,000 podcasts going on. The coverage of college football is more intense than it's ever been, and players are getting put on pedestals more. I think he said more quickly. I kind of had to abbreviate the quote, but players are getting put on pedestals quickly in their careers. Let me just find a little bit more of the quote here. And this came from him. He said, Jordan, he was watching football over the weekend, over Texas bye weekend. He said he could feel guys pressing in a way that maybe wasn't different than Arch Manning pressing early on, to where players feel they have to live up to whether it's whatever they're allegedly making through NIL, or because this is what the media is saying I'm supposed to be. That's all. Well, here on, there's a little bit more. He says, college football players are getting critiqued and criticized more now than they ever have in the past. And so this is a different era that we're in. I think we've got to do a good job. We have to do a great job as coaches of, I don't want to say shelter, but we got to protect our guys because they're not pros yet. So again, it was, the quote was actually much longer than that. As I said, I kind of had to abbreviate it for the purposes of this story. So you can check it out over on LHN. But yeah, it was Steve's, thoughts. I don't know, Jordan, if you want to opine first and then come back to me.
I think it's very interesting. I mean, there's more criticism. You could even say hate or just overall coverage to college football than there ever has been, and especially with individual players. As far as my opinion goes, I mean, I think it's warranted. Like, I'm not saying it has to be done, but I think it's okay. These players, some of them are making 7 figures. They're being paid like professionals. They're being paid more than anyone else in the program, not named Steve Sarkisian.
Right.
That's what's happening. They are probably a top 20, top 25 highest paid person at the University of Texas, including everyone else, right? And when DKR is full, probably top 50 richest person in the stadium too. So what does that mean? They're being paid like professionals. And it has been professionalized. Now, the employees, are they employees? Are they not thing? I mean, that's not really important for this, but they're being paid a lot of money. So I think the criticism is okay. And it's very interesting because at a Texas recruiting event one day, we were basically there was a kid and his dad who was committed elsewhere at the time. And they showed up, visited. Texas kind of snuck them on campus, and it was not reported. And they were right there to walk through the door. They had to walk past all of us reporters. And they came up just like, hey, it's good to see y'all. Like, we're trying to keep this very low key. Please do not post this on social media or write that we are here. please, like, we have not told the staff we're committed to yet. We want to keep it quiet. We're like, yeah, we get it. And then someone from the market took like basically a photo of them and put it on Twitter right then. And we were like, yo, like, what's happening here? You just said you wouldn't. He's like, man, like, this kid is going to make hundreds of thousands of dollars next year. He's already making money now. Like, do you think Adam Schefter is calling the players and saying, hey, is this cool if I break this? No, he's getting it from the agent or someone else, and he's running it. And this is how it works in pro sports. You don't get it cleared by the player or his camp. You get it from his agent or someone within the organization that told you about it, and you run it once you've confirmed it. He's like, I think recruiting and college football coverage is exactly, going into that way eventually. And it was very interesting because the recruiting industry, it's always been, hey, you can kind of hint at it a little bit or whatnot, but like, you can't post the kid committed until he did it first. They're minors, and that has just always been how it's gone. So I'm curious if that's going to change the way reporting's done in college football with rev share NIL, how much players are being paid. And, also think about it right now. Very few numbers are public. What if it ever becomes a thing where rev share numbers and everything have to be put into a public database so they're seen by the public, and that's actually the number? Criticism is going to go up even more, So, yeah.
Here's kind of my take, Jordan, and I'm going to try not to go too long, but I got like a couple aspects of some of hit, right? So one, Jordan, remember, you're 24?
22.
Okay, perfect, right? I'm 34. I'm old enough, barely, but I'm old enough to remember a time in which like you could actually go home and shut out the outside world, right? Because a smartphone didn't exist, social media didn't exist. And I'm not even just talking about like sports. I'm talking about like, yo, if you were, if you're the kid getting bullied at school, like you go home, like, all right, cool, I'll shut that out, right? Like there's no Facebook, there's no Instagram, there's no whatever. I have a sister who is 1 year older than Jordan. And it's kind of like our like relationship is unique in the sense that she doesn't know a life that like didn't involve a smartphone and didn't involve like, yo, good, bad, or otherwise, people always have access to me, right? Mm-hmm. I think that aspect of coverage, Jordan, is something that Steve is right. You got to consider, because you can't just say, oh, tune out the noise. Like everyone who says, oh, I don't watch it, I don't follow it. For the 100 kids who say that, Jordan, you know this as well as I do, there's probably only like 2 who legit are like, well, was it Stetson? Was it Stetson Bennett who had like the non-smartphone? Right?
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Right. Like there's like 2 kids who are willing to go to that extreme and be like, yo, I don't even have a smartphone, right? The rest of them, they're checking Twitter. They're checking everything, right? TikTok, Instagram, whatever. So they can't hide from the coverage. I'm over my phone, knock over my damn desk. In the background of my office here is Get Up, right? I rarely watch the shows, but I want to see something about a different sport, quite frankly, baseball, because I'm still a baseball fan. And in the segue was Golden Arch. I'm like, yo, what has he done over the past 10 days to be leading off this show? You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we doing? So in that aspect, I do agree. Now, to Jordan's point, right? If you attend a public university, that means more or less you are a state employee. I'm not saying the players are right now because of the way the funding is, but they are, as Jordan said, some of the highest paid people either in the stadium. I mean, Grant, there are some folks in the DKR probably making some money. So like, I'm sure there's some that can go neck and neck, but you get the point, right? Mm-hmm. They're highly paid people. And this may sound like an asshole dick thing to me to say, but I'm going to say it, right? I spent 6 years covering Group of Fives where those kids, like, they basically were paying to go there, more or less. I'm being sarcastic. They had scholarships, right? But,
yeah.
You know, NIL was like, I will tell this story publicly, and I haven't told it before. James Morgan, former NFL quarterback, was selected 4th round guy, went to FIU. I remember after J-Mo had a good game, he and a couple of the guys, there's a shell right across from FIU. And, you know, I was getting gas to head back up north. And some of the guys like, yo, Eric, can you give us $30 gas when we get out to South Beach tonight? Like, that's what is going on at that level. My point is, Jordan, if you don't want this coverage, brother, Nickel State is calling your name. All right. Like, I mean, maybe Arch is an exception because he is a Manning, and no matter where he went, like, people would have flocked. But if you're the average 5-star, Southern Miss is calling you.
Yeah.
Troy, there is a scholarship. If you just want a scholarship and an opportunity to play ball, Fresno State is calling you, right?
And if you want to be a real grinder, Garden City JUCO, baby.
So my point there is, with playing at the University of Texas, Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State, you know, your power schools, comes this. And I can't sit here and say like, oh, it's necessarily right, the amount of coverage, but it is the coverage. And there are options, right? Like, I'll use myself as an example to close. If I didn't want the challenge of like covering multiple sports at the University of Texas and producing, you know, 50 to 60 to 70 articles a month, I could have kept my same gig covering FIU, writing a handful of times a week and made 40 something grand, right? Yeah. But guess what? I wanted a raise. So that's how it works, baby. It kind of goes neck and neck. So I appreciate what Steve is saying, and there is a measure of truth in it. But when you open that door for NIL and everything else, this is what comes with it. And Jordan, the TV contracts, like, there's so much money wrapped up in big time college football. Again, if you don't want this, you know, Middle Tennessee is calling your name.
Yeah. And I mean, it's crazy to think too, because like, let's say Arch Manning's an NBA player. If he went one and done at Texas, he'd be in year 2 in the NBA right now. Do you know how hard he'd be getting criticized as an NBA player that was a first-round pick and it's year 2? Like, because he'd be the same age as a second-year NBA player that went one and done. So that part's crazy to think about. Like, Colin Simmons is a rookie in the NBA right now. You know, it's nuts to think about it from that perspective. Or even, you know, it's a little different in baseball because they're playing rookie ball and they're way down in the minors and stuff. But even then, I think it's a very interesting discussion. And I mean, to dumb it down because of money, I think people are more critical than they've ever been. But yeah. All right. Another down, the second down, Texas baseball. Yeah. Took it to the Texas Tech Waiters yesterday at what do they call the Round Rock Express Park?
Del Diamond.
That's right. You have said you're not a fan of them keeping it, or of them playing a few games here and there at Del Diamond. Jim Schlossnagle agreed with you. He's not a fan either. He said if we're playing in Austin, it's be a dish falk. Yeah. I don't know. Anything to there, and any tidbits from the Texas Tech kind of game, scrimmage, whatever they call that?
Yeah, it was an exhibition. First of all, let's give a little update for those who are Texas baseball fans, because that game was not televised. Stats weren't even really kept. So it was a exhibition 12-inning game, mutually agreed upon 12-inning game, where both head coaches were like, hey, Tim Telco, I think his name at Texas Tech, and Schloss were like, hey, we just want to see what we have. Like, we're going to mutually agree to play 12 innings. We're going to use at least one pitcher per inning, so that way you can see like your arms and whatnot. So, you know, it was agreed upon how they were going to do this. But yeah, man, that 1 through 3 part of the order for Texas is real. Ethan Mendoza, kid from South Lake Carroll, legit hitter. He's put on some weight. So, you know, he's one of those guys, Jordan, that like, he's going to end up playing professional baseball somehow, because just really good hitter. He's not dynamic in anything, but really good hitter, solid enough glove. Adrian Rodriguez is a stud, 5-star prospect, 5-star in the way that, you know, baseball. Shortstop, you know, big 6'4", 200-pound kid. So he's looked well. And then Carson Tinney, the Notre Dame transfer catcher. So 1 through 3 of the order is really good. You can tell, to kind of bring it into football for a second, I don't want to say they are dependent upon Jonah, but the way they've structured that lineup, they definitely are hoping that like Jonah and then one other transfer they got from Virginia, another outfielder, that those guys can be the 4 or 5 and really drive in runs. Because Schloss kind of joked about it yesterday, saying like, yeah, sometimes Jim can be really transparent. He's like, yeah, I'm glad we have 1 through 3, but I really want like 4 through 6, because I don't want to be that team where it's like, hey, we got our 1 inning that we can score some runs because the rest of this lineup can't, right? So you can tell the way they structured it, like they really are hoping that Jonah develops and whatnot. And Troy Tulowitzki gave some thoughts on Jonah. All the company line, Jordan, like, hey, when he's football, he's football. We support it. When he's baseball, we'll go all in. So no shift at that at all. But as to the Dell Diamond thing, dude, that crowd was pretty solid. I had never been to Dell Diamond. Honestly, I had no reason to go.
I went there once in my entire life growing up.
Yeah.
And I don't even think it was for an express game. They have high school baseball playoff games there.
Yeah.
And I think that's why I was there. But yeah, they got the Nolan Ryan stuff everywhere.
I didn't know that. I guess it's like Nolan Ryan's company that owns the Round Rock Express and owns the stadium and whatnot. If you haven't been, it's basically a knockoff of the ballpark in Arlington. I don't know what the stadium is named now, but like I'm not talking about
Globe Life Field.
Not the current Globe Life though, the old one.
Oh, that was Globe Life Park.
That was
now
right.
Choctaw Stadium.
That's literally what it's modeled after. Because if you look at like the way the outfield is, but like the stands all the way in the back and so on and so forth, they probably had like 5,000 people there. So that led some people on social to be like, hey, some Texas fans on social be like, hey, why don't we play a game or a series, at Dell Diamond? And Jim Schlossnick was asked about that. Schloss kind of chuckled and was like, yeah, I don't know about a series, maybe an occasional game, and kind of was like stretching. But his major point, and I agree, was if we're in Austin, like we need to play in Austin at our on-campus stadium. B, they're putting money into renovating it. Schloss has been very adamant about the outfield, Jordan. It's not leveled. It's kind of like this because they have a crown that sucks up the water, which I guess they had a drainage issue prior. I just don't know it to rain enough here in Central Texas that you would need that. But anyhow, the outfield isn't level. So Slosh has been, revealed he's upgraded the turf at the dish. Yeah. That's what he wants. He wants the outfield to be leveled and then them to upgrade the playing surface. So basically Slosh is like, yeah, we're putting all this money into it. I want to play here. But he said, yeah, like maybe an occasional, non-conference game. He'd be open to it if the season ticket holders could get their same seats and whatnot. But I will say this thing I found interesting. I think if you do it smartly, Jordan, because I agree, like play your games at home. However, it's probably a lot easier to get out to Round Rock on a Friday evening in Austin for a non-conference game than it is getting into downtown Austin, right?
Yeah. How's the parking situation up there?
Parking was great. Like there's plenty of parking because it's right by that. Is that a resort? You know what I'm talking about? That like massive resort thing?
I haven't been up there in a minute.
Okay. For those who don't know, there's like a massive resort. I have to find the name. I'll Google it before the show's done. That's like right across the street. So you can park it there. And then there's plenty of parking at Dell Diamond. So that's why I think you could do it, right? Is like if it's a Friday night versus a Prairie View A&M for last year, for example, right? Like, yeah, instead of getting 600 people, I mean, not 600, maybe getting like 1,000 people at the dish, but coming on a Friday night, do that at Round Rock. That's what I would do. Because that's like a different audience, right? Like the families in Round Rock are not the same people going to the games in Austin, right, Jordan?
No, it's true. It's true. It's a little different, or not little, it is different, but I don't know. The Spurs are cool with playing in the Moody Center a game or two a year. Maybe get up there to Round Rock, but I mean, that's playing in San Antonio versus Austin. It is different. So, and apparently Kalahari is
right. Kalahari, yep.
So I don't know. Maybe Schloss can be convinced to play at Dell Diamond if he gets to go down a few water slides or something. Jonah Williams wasn't out there. I mean, obviously I know he wasn't playing, but he wasn't in the dugout and support or anything.
No. Jonah wasn't there.
This is an interesting question. I've seen some Texas fans think, hey, he needs to stick to baseball. That's his future. I've seen some say he needs to stick to football. That's his future. There's no way he can ever play both sports full time. What are your thoughts on this? Because you've seen him do both now after he made his debut on the 20th for Sam Houston.
I have two thoughts, and they're kind of competing. One, I'm all for kids playing multiple sports because, like, I'm not comparing myself to Jonah Williams, but, like, I just miss the days when you played multiple sports in high school and, like, you weren't just sports specific. However, young man, and I feel at 34, I'm at the age I can use a young man from time to time. Brother, I'm going to hold a baseball contract in one hand and a football contract in the other. And I'm going to ask you to read both. and then you come back with the decision that you think you need to make. To CB's question, how long will Jonah play both sports? I know Jordan's probably going to say the same thing I'm going to say. Everything I've heard is that he's committed to doing both. Like, he is very committed to doing both. Remember former UCF quarterback John Rice Plumlee, right? Like, he did both at UCF, so and at Ole Miss, so he's committed to doing both.
Connor Wigman did both at A&M for a year, and Kyler Murray did both at one point too. He was the number 7 pick in the MLB draft.
Right. So I think, CB, if there is a situation where Jonah, let's just say, has a great year on the diamond next year, and it's like, hey, man, you're going to get first-round pick money, then he's got a decision to make. But how long can he do both? I mean, he seems committed to doing both. So there's that.
Yeah. No, okay, so the contract part is very interesting because I've been told I know what Jonah Williams is making this year as a freshman in the 7 figures. Mm-hmm. And that is obviously part of the reason Texas was able to land him. I am told they offered more than anyone else in the recruitment out of high school. And they got to this number because Jonah Williams, the highest he was being mocked in the MLB draft at a high school was about mid-3rd round.
Right.
So Texas figured out, okay, who was the highest paid 3rd-round pick last year? What was the signing bonus? How much did they make? And then they put Texas's offer slightly above that. And then all they have to do is, hey, Jonah, you want to live in bumfuck North Carolina playing rookie ball? Or you want to play at the University of Texas where your housing in Austin is paid for as part of your NIL package, and you'll have a car as part of your NIL package, and your older brother, who you're still very close with, also lives here in Austin. Which one do you want to choose? And he chose Texas and going to college. So I know the MLB contracts are different once you start getting to that second contract or however it's structured with the MLB, but I don't know. He's just he's a unicorn, man. Like in March of last year at Under Armour, like 6'3", 203, and he went 4.53 or 4.43 on the laser twice. And it looked like he was just jogging effortlessly. Like truly one of the best athletes I've ever covered. So I want to see him continue to do both as long as he can. I'd love to see him try to figure out a way to do it in the pros because I think he has that, high potential. But it's going to be very interesting. And I mean, this is a good point too. It probably is. I mean, not probably. I have always viewed the MLB as the hardest professional sports league to make it to the highest level. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that. You're a much bigger MLB guy than me.
Yeah, I firmly believe this. Outside of playing quarterback at the NFL, I think the hardest thing to do, and quite frankly, I'd probably even put this above playing quarterback because there's a difference between playing quarterback, sorry to pick on someone, Kenny Pickett, and playing quarterback well, right? Mm-hmm. So outside of playing quarterback well, I think the hardest thing to do is hit a baseball. With like Jordan, dude's just throwing 100. Everyone's throwing 100 in MLB, right? Like, so to DJ Dog's point, it absolutely is tougher, but to what Jordan is saying, this dude is a unicorn. Like how well he came in and played in the SEC last year, which is the hardest baseball league, and I'm not big on that mythology, right? The greatest football league, the greatest basketball. Greg Sankey deserves like 10 times more money than he gets because he's managed to create this mythology around SEC sports that it's the best league in everything, right?
Well, it is.
But in the case of baseball, it is. I'm saying basketball's a little overrated. Like the Big 12 is.
It was funny to me how last year in the Big 12, Texas is like, we're in the Big 12. It's the best conference in basketball. And the next year it's like, we're in the fucking SEC. It's the best conference in basketball.
No, Jordan, allow me. Yeah. Excuse me. It's been a while since I've broken this out. Well, Big 12's a monster. Big 12's a monster, okay? Big 12, you got to go every night. Every night, Big 12, you can beat. Okay, fast forward a year. SEC ain't no joke. SEC, get you. Every night in the SEC, you got to be ready to go. I'm like, brother, is this rinse and repeat? Oh, come to find out it is rinse and repeat. Okay.
Coach Terry. What is he up to? He hasn't taken a job anywhere, has he?
No, I think RT's enjoying that paycheck.
Yeah. Shoot, I would be. Rex St. Charles with a great point. Talking about Jonah, he says, y'all keep calling him a unicorn, but frankly, we haven't seen it yet at Texas. Kid can't stay healthy. That is true. But, hey, he's played one football game so far. Give him some time. Showed flashes in baseball. And, I mean, with what they're paying him, what they have invested in him, he's not going to redshirt at Texas. So, give him some time. Maybe unfortunate things happen. Some players get injured and he becomes a starter or is playing more. I don't know. Knock on wood, that's not how it happens. But there will be a lot more that you see out of Jonah Williams the rest of the season. That is pretty much all I had for things that matter. Now, things that don't matter. Saw a post on the board this morning titled, Off Topic, Cocaine Quarterback. Has anyone watched or started this series on Amazon Prime? I would love one of the reporters to ask Sark about this kid. From Ashton57. First off, I don't know what he's talking about. I haven't seen this show. I haven't even seen video previews or trailers to the show. Do you know this show, Cocaine QB? Or does anyone watching this?
I'm really Googling it right now, how Owen Hansen went from USC backup quarterback to powerful drug smuggler. Okay, so is there a USC connection? Owen – oh, you know what? I take it back, Jordan. I did – I didn't see the show, but I think I saw something about the story. I need to see if did this dude overlap with Steve? Is that why they're asking? Owen Hansen, SC. Maybe have to come back to it. Jordan, stall for me so I can find out what year.
Cocaine QB, the Johnny Football story. Nah, I can't hear. There's too much money in my fucking ear. Man.
Okay, yeah. So Jordan, he was at SC in it looks like 2004. Yeah, he was a walk-on in 04. So Steve, that wasn't Steve's year with Oakland. I think Steve was in Oakland in 05. So yeah, I guess that's why they're asking, because Steve was at SC. No, okay, SC. He was that was 04 was Steve's year with the Raiders, and then 05, 06 he went back to SC. So I don't know if they overlapped, but I'm assuming that's why they're asking.
Yeah, man, tomorrow's press conference, like, Coach, Emma Mosley's on the report. What are you looking forward to about him? He's great. Excited for him to debut. What about Baxter? He says questionable. Anything there? We'll see come game time. All right, Coach. Talk about Cocaine QB. Have you seen this on Amazon Prime quite yet?
Jordan, I'm going to say this.
You got to slip one of the Texas monthly or student interns like a couple
No. Jordan, there is a reporter on the beat, and I'm not going to say this person's name, and I'm using reporter loosely, who if you put the bug in his ear, he would ask the question. And if you've ever listened to a Texas presser, you'd be able to easily identify this person's questions. That's all I'm going to say. And maybe off air, I'll tell Jordan who this person is, because Jordan covers recruiting. There's no reason for him to listen to pressers during the week for the most part. But if you know who I'm talking about, it could be done.
I think I do. I will ask you this when we get off air. Don't leave the studio right away.
Yep.
Speaking of Dan Lanning, did you see him just tweaking after that Penn State-Oregon game?
I heard about the video. I didn't actually see it.
Dude, it is bad. Like, a lot of times people be like, oh, this coach is on coke or he's all added up. Dan Lanning actually looked like he was on something. Like, most of the time, it's just a coach being fired up. Like, Dan Lanning was literally gritting his fucking teeth. I'm not joking. He was, like, looking around. So, I don't know. I would love someone on the Oregon beat to ask him about that, but I doubt it'll happen. All right. Well, hey, that's pretty much all we have. Tomorrow, going to be talking some head coaching carousel stuff, obviously. Arkansas, Stanford, UCLA, VTech. I'm missing one more. Or all open. Who am I missing? There's 5 of them open right now. And a lot more that could come open. So we'll be hitting on that tomorrow. Up next, our friends at Third and Longhorn preview Texas's upcoming matchup with Florida. And then tomorrow we'll be back on the live stream, 10 to 11 Central, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, wherever your live stream. And then at 2 p.m. today, you'll see Chip and Zay for 2 hours of them. But we're going to close it out. Appreciate y'all tuning in. Happy hump day. Have a great Wednesday, and we will see you tomorrow.